is ticking, but I won't slow down. Building my empire in this buzzing town. Casting my vision on the silver screen. My funded life, a vivid sheen. My funded futures light the way.
Good morning, traders. Welcome to MyFunded Futures and MyFunded TV. I am Terry Trace 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick Does Futures. Good morning. You're back.
I'm back, man. I'm back. Missed you guys yesterday.
We missed you. Chat, everyone missed you. How was your trip?
That was good. I just kind of weird timing. Like the night before my flight they were already telling me, it may get delayed a little bit. I was like, probably not gonna make it. So I was off my flight by the time you guys started streaming, but I was driving home just a little too much there. So I just figured, just couldn't do it. So yeah, no, it was good though. Good to be back home.
You mean you didn't want to stream from your car?
I mean, I could have. I mean, I have a Tesla, so I think I could have made it work out. But yeah, I figured, maybe have a little girls' night in. What I mean, y'all can just have fun. I saw Magnus join, so yeah, I'm sure Barbie had a fun time.
Yeah, it was a good time.
We got Giga Mag. It's always good with Giga Mag on.
There we go. Yeah, did you guys catch any trades yesterday?
Yeah,
I got a good one.
Ooh, tell us, Barbie.
Let's see if I can remember what it was on my stream yesterday. Oh, I caught a really nice bounce off of the 4440. I took it on ES and NASDAQ in different accounts, and it did quite nicely. So.
Oh yeah, that was a good level. Yeah, 64.40. Yeah. Wow.
I ended up at 64.42. I really wanted to make sure it was bouncing, and it did. So.
Yeah, that's good.
A bit.
W for Barbie, guys. Good morning, chat. Good morning, Tim Vesh. Good morning, Magnus, Denny, Rocky Mountain Trader. Good morning. We have exciting news very soon here. Luke will be on to share with us the exciting news. Did you kind of see the teaser on X?
Yeah, I kind of made my own teaser.
They flat out dropped it on X. I feel like that was like the most obvious hint. Who figured it out?
Yeah.
So the hint is resets, paying for a reset in the sim funded for $200 or less. So we will find out all the details very soon here in about 5 minutes.
Well, he did put a question mark after that. So
yes, right?
There's still some suspense in there. But I tweeted out, I was like, hey, if you can get a sim funded reset, say you're up $1,000 on it, right? And you just blow it. You just have one of those days, and you can get that back for $200. That's way cheaper than going over to somewhere else and paying $50 for the eval and then paying $150 for the activation fee. So
oh yeah,
maybe nail in the coffin.
That's exactly what I was thinking too, Nick. I'm like, this is going to be a game changer because like 5 core accounts that we can have in the funded stage of the 50Ks. So if we can reset for 200 or less, it's like, what? I cannot wait to hear the details. Cove Trader, good morning. Cove is in the house. Let's see. We have 4 minutes until Luke comes on. Should we take a peek at the charts before he hops on?
Yeah. I'll go first. Yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
So this is actually my first time looking at the charts since I think Tuesday night or I guess Wednesday morning, I guess you could say. But I guess we had a big move down on Tuesday here. However, we did respect this gap here on the daily. So I think we could kind of expect a bounce somewhere in this area on ES 60. Starting at, I guess, 64.55. So I would actually like to see us go lower. I know we have news today at 8:30 and 10 o'clock, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, so we have 10 a.m. news there. And then on NQ, this gap is all the way down here. There's also a 4-hour gap, and then there's a 1-hour gap up here that we made yesterday afternoon. Man, I'm just one day out of the charts. It can just look way different. So yeah, I guess I would kind of expect a bounce here. I want to see us go lower though, and if we look at where we're at in terms of the ranges here, the Asia range is pretty big, so it would make sense for us to go towards these lows and then get a bounce up to here. I am going to be a little cautious today because if we look at that 15-minute chart, I don't like how the Asia range is so big. So it could be kind of like a barcode price action because today is the day before NFP. So you definitely need to be a lot more selective, a lot more careful with your setups today. I was telling some of my mentorship students that hey, is it okay if I trade? I'm like, yeah, you can trade, just got to be very selective. So that's what I'm going to do. And then obviously this gold, holy cow. So yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Going to be selective on NQ and ES longs and see if I can catch a long on gold before it just goes to the moon.
Thanks, Nick. Did you catch any trades on your trip?
The last one I caught, I think, was with you guys. I think it was like Monday or Tuesday. I caught shorts on that big move down. I caught it on ES, thankfully, because ES ran that low, that corresponding low that it made from the news release 8:30 on Tuesday. So ES ran this low from 9 a.m. and NQ did not. So I probably would have been a bad day if I didn't imagine just holding to this low and it just completely reverses up to here. So that's why I took the weaker one that time. So, but yeah, Tuesday was my last trade.
Thanks, Nick. We have 1 minute until Luke comes on. What do you guys think, chat? Good morning, Pine Tree Trader. What are you guys thinking the news is going to be?
Well, we know what it is. We just need to know.
Yeah,
how much it
I think
costs.
it's going to be exactly what they said it's going to be.
200
So we'll hear
bucks?
about what all that means for our accounts. I'm excited to hear that.
MyFundedFutures taking over the world. Okay, let's welcome Luke to the show. Come on down, Luke.
All right. Big surprise, big reveal. Do we have any idea what it might be?
No idea. No idea.
Any guesses? I'm going to throw this one out to the chat. Any guesses as to what the big announcement could be? I don't think anybody has a clue. We did tease that it would be announced here on this show first, which is why you always have to tune in. See? No clue whatsoever. Why does it look like I'm in a dungeon? My light doesn't work for some reason, unfortunately. Alas, dungeon or no dungeon, we are here to bring you something new. We are here to bring you something exciting. I guess we'll ask this one to chat. Would you rather have a big announcement on sim-funded resets or 99% off evals? Big announcement on sim-funded reset or 99% off evals indefinitely. Seeing a lot of responses flow through of people asking, saying they'd much prefer a big announcement on sim-funded resets. Strong response for that answer. But alas, rolling live at this moment, 9:15 a.m. Eastern, 1 minute ago, we have unveiled sim funded resets for the core 50K account. So if you made it to the sim stage, you did great in your eval, you made it through to the sim stage in your 50K core account. Something went right and you breached the account. you can get back to the sim funded stage without having to go through the evaluation route again. This is going to be priced at just $199, under 200, $199. You are back in the sim funded stage. You can reset the same sim funded account up to 3 times. So you get a lot of lifelines here. And your payout count resets as well. So if you earn 3 payouts in the sim funded stage on one account, something goes wrong. You're unfortunately out of the sim funded stage now. You can reset it and you're back to payment 1. So you could earn all 5 of those payments again. It's not like you're resetting it just to get the final 2. You are back fully reset, starting balance, starting count, and again, just $199. How about that?
Incredible. For $199, reset a sim funded account. And yeah, because the cost of going through evals, for most people, it takes more than 2 or 3. So just to reset it, incredible.
Awesome. Chat, drop me questions, thoughts, comments. You like it, you don't like it, questions you have. I saw one question pop up. It was, how long is this available? We've got 2 weeks. So starting today, that is the 4th through 2 weeks, the 17th, you have the opportunity to reset your 50K core account in the sim funded stage. We're starting this out with just the core account for now. This is our pilot. We've talked about quite a bit on this show that we're not the prop firm that sits up in an ivory tower and says this is how the world should look and this is how things are going to go. We want to build this with you. We want to take feedback into consideration, all that sort of thing. And so we'll look at the feedback. We'll see, do users care? We think you will. That's why we're doing this. We're taking on a decent amount of risk as a firm by making this available. But we'll see, do users care? What tweaks do you want? What plans do you want added? So that's what this first 2-week period will be. So take advantage of it. This applies to any eval or any account in the sim funded stage that's failed within the past 30 days. So if you had an account in the sim funded stage, you failed it last week, you can now go ahead today and reset that account. It doesn't need to be a fresh account that gets there over this next 2-week period. Any account within the past 30 days. How about that? Nick, what do you think?
I think it's good. I was going to read some questions from the chat, but I think you just picked out the best 2. So it's only 50K core, which is only a 50K account with core. And then also got to run it for 2 weeks and see how it does. And then maybe potentially add it to some more. And then also, how far back can you go? Like if someone failed an account 2 or 3 weeks ago, can you buy, a sim funded? So yeah, 30 past, you said 30 days?
2 weeks?
Is that what you
2
said?
weeks.
No, how far
It's
back?
available for the next 2 weeks, but any account you failed within the past 30 days.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, no, that sounds good.
All right. So within the past month, we have delivered on new plans that still have no activation fee, start at just $77, have the same simple evaluation with what we think are very interesting funding pathways for you. We announced about a week and a half ago that we were giving away 20,000 accounts for $1. And winners of those accounts got their announcement on Monday and Tuesday. And then today, sim funded resets. Moral of the story being, we are building every Reddit comment, every YouTube comment, all the emails you send, the support tickets. We read them, we listen to them, we take into account what you all want, and we try to deliver on it.
Yeah, I couldn't get my account. I didn't have $1, so mine just had to get a waste.
I had one user Venmo request me $1 for that account.
How'd they get your Venmo, bro?
I think that it's pretty easy to find my phone number on the internet, and they must have used the phone number to get to my Venmo, but it said, Luke, please $1 for the account. And I sent it to him.
There you
Barry's
go.
been pushing
Man
that
of
every
people.
day, making sure that they ask you for $1.
Yeah, you shared it on our show, Luke.
Yep.
And people were like, but what if I don't have $1? I was like, yeah,
She brought it up every day. I'm surprised you only got one.
I got one.
you only got one.
Dang, I would have thought you got more. Man, that person deserved it. Though they really dug deep. And
I
they
hope you
found,
get $1.
Yeah.
Yes.
It'd be funny if it was another like Luke out there that didn't, that paid him. It wasn't you. Like, thanks, Luke, for the free $1.
Yeah, no
You know what I
kidding.
mean? But yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, I think I applied. I didn't get one, and then everyone was like, "Yay, it's not rigged or whatever." I'm like, "Of course it won't be rigged." I just, how many people did we get signed up for that? I mean, it was definitely over 20,000 because I signed up and I didn't get one. So
Yeah, it was way over 20,000. It was a lot.
Mhm. Yeah,
It's a big market.
yeah,
And and I'll just say this too, like going back to why we did that. Like we often talk about the experience of prop trading, right? And there are things that look flashy and you can advertise, like a 90% off sale that some firms do. And there are things that you need to experience, like the MyFundedFutures experience feels different than what it feels like to trade with a lot of these other firms. And so we're scratching our heads with the marketing team and saying, how do we communicate that? And we said, let's just give 20,000 users that experience. And we feel confident that they'll stick with us. We feel confident that they'll share it with their communities, and we're off to the races. But again, big announcement today, everyone. If you're just joining us, Sim Funded resets, $199. 50K core account. You've got 2 weeks to take advantage of it. You can reset the same account up to 3 times. You can earn all 5 payouts, after you reset it. So if you earn 3, fail, reset it, go earn the full rigmarole of payouts, and you're off to the races on your way to live funding.
yeah. No, love it.
Let's go. Chat, type in W for MyFundedFutures. We just keep getting better and better. I love it.
And if you haven't liked the stream, now is a great time to do so.
Yeah, see, we're at 49.3K subs, so 700 more till 50K.
Should we do something big for that?
Yes.
We should do a big giveaway.
Yes.
Yeah. What are you thinking? You want to brainstorm here on stream and get some feedback from the chat?
All right. What's the first idea?
Well, we gotta. I feel like we have to incorporate the number 50 into it, right? Because
Dan Trey says 50% off.
I like
yeah,
the
maybe a 50%
flash sale. Chat's smart. Listen to
That's
chat.
smart.
I think they're willing. I feel like chat is willing to pay for accounts, so I don't feel like we have to give away too much, other than the ones that we we'll randomly do on stream or whatever. But I feel like the sale, maybe a 50% off sale or something.
Yeah, see, 99.50% off is another idea.
Yeah, I see a lot of flash sales here coming through.
Denny said 50% off sale for 50 minutes. I like that idea.
Make it a true flash sale.
That's a true flash sale. All right. So I have my homework, which is to go see if we can make that happen. We've never done 50.
I bet you can make it happen. For us, I think you can.
Yeah. All right.
For chat,
God, now I'm
they show up every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
All right.
I think you can make it happen. That forehead's looking a little oily, so chat loves it when Luke's all oiled up. So maybe 50% off, right?
All right. That's my homework. Chat, your homework. Try out the Sim Funded resets, 50K core account, any account you failed within the past 30 days. And then Terry, Barbie, Nick, your homework is to keep teaching us.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you, Luke. We will see you soon.
Thanks, guys. See you soon.
Thanks, Luke.
So exciting. MyFundedFutures.
Yeah, company girl there. I see you got you got the background look, and you also got the little hoodie, the little jacket.
Right.
Yeah.
Company girl.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at Barbie's charts. We haven't taken
they
a look
are.
yet.
This is my chart.
What are you thinking this morning, Barbie? Market's going to open in 3 minutes.
Well, so I was trying to find why Nick was so bearish, but
Not bearish.
what I see, you're looking.
I want to
talking
go
about a
lower
bearish.
to go higher.
Okay, that'll do. But what I'm looking at on ES, and we could sweep below this, but I'm looking at this 6460 level, and what I'm seeing, and I don't have the time to go into all of the why, but this is setting up a launch pad. If you've been trading with me for a long time, that was one of my original moves that I would look for. And because we have data at 10, but then more, the bigger data is tomorrow, it could be a little bit weird at the open. But in general, what I'm looking for is to see if the 6460 holds and sets up a push higher to test the all-time highs. That may not be today, but that's the move that I'm looking, that currently looks like it's setting up here. And if that fails, then we have some pretty obvious levels for the bearish side too. So that's the way I look at it, is if I have a bullish scenario and the bullish scenario fails, then it's time to switch. And for me, that level is still going to be around the 6460. There is kind of some consolidation below. You can see we've got all these kind of wicks below. So I would want to see it really fail into the 50s, and then maybe even come up and retest 60 and fail that again to really set that that's what's happening. Because currently we're in an hourly uptrend, but it's only been 2 days, so it's hard to get too excited about that yet. In general, the market is like on the dailies and the hourlies are actually kind of balanced, so it does set up for chop. But I'm still going to be watching, because maybe this will set up for tomorrow too. Maybe it'll set up for today. I just want to be ready if this level continues to hold and we can continue to consolidate around the 6460 to see if we can really get some movement higher. But I don't know, maybe NASDAQ, because it's a little more dramatic, will give us a nice move lower to hop into as well. Let's see. Tech's been a little wild.
Someone's been playing their Fortnite. I heard you say Launchpad, right?
I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I know what Fortnite is. I don't know what it has to do with Launchpad.
Well, you just said there's a Launchpad down there. I was like, huh? Someone's been playing their Fortnite. No, it's just a something you can use on Fortnite. But yeah, no, I could see that being a Launchpad down there where you say.
We've been trading those. Like my community will understand what I'm talking about more. Like since before the trading ranch even existed, this was a setup that I was looking for.
Yeah, I think instead of a 50% off sale, I think Jan wants to see Barbie floss on stream.
I had to learn how to do that, because I have kids and it's harder than it looks. But I figured it out. We're good. I may have had to watch a few videos in slow-mo, but
When is I see, oh, market is open.
Yeah, ding, 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 ding.
Dang, it is pushing lower.
it's enthusiastic things.
We are trading below VWAP.
Yeah.
I am in shorts in micros though.
Good. See,
What made you get short?
Nick.
Yes, Nick was in my ear this morning. What made me get short? Hold on. There we go. So when I saw this price, we did take out yesterday's high, but not by much. And then there was this rejection. And then I was thinking, okay, news is going to come out, that ADP news. So originally I got short early, super early this morning, playing for kind of going back to unchanged price from yesterday's New York close, at least selling off a little bit before that ADP employment data came out. And then I did close out the trades, and then I did get back in when I thought about it, and I was like, all right, with micros, I'm going to try and swing this. I think we will go test below, but we'll see. Anything can happen. So this is like a intraday swing trade for me. And then I just put my stop above the highs. I figure I'm wrong if it takes out those highs.
Yeah. Back to the flossing thing. I didn't realize the big. I went to a dentist like 2 or 3 months ago, and they said if you use like the little tools, rather than like floss, it's not as good as using like the floss thing. I'm like, bro, like it's like, no, I'm not getting a little floss thing out, and twirling it all up and going back, and I'm just gonna get those little like toothpick type things and use those instead.
All right.
And then they try to sell me on some sleep mouthpiece. I'm like, dude, like I just came here to clean my teeth. You know what I mean? I already have white teeth. They're straight. But what are we doing? Yeah, the string is worse than the tools. I agree. I do floss, but I use the tool thing.
One of my kids once asked Santa Claus for a water flosser, and he was really confused. This poor mall Santa. Kind of a weird kid.
Yeah, literally. I just told them to put the fries in the bag, bro. Like, yeah. Yeah, probably, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, they kept pressuring me. It was like they just want to put me in a freaking white van and just have me decode something.
When is ICT's birthday again? It's in September. Isn't it coming up?
Chat, when is ICT's birthday? I'm so brain rot, by the way, bro. The IG reels I send my friends, bro, like, y'all don't want to see. I sent Barbie a couple of them, but Terry, I think. Come on.
Lou said it wasn't it already a week ago? I thought it was in September.
Yesterday. Let me see. I have him muted here, so let me unmute him or go to his Yeah, I don't know when his birthday is. Who cares?
First candle is green. Bulls are in charge in this candle. Went to go check out close to the highs. So far, the high is 527 in this 5-minute candle.
I wouldn't be. I know your stop's right there at the high.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if it takes your stop and then goes lower.
And then it reverses.
Just due to the day
NQ,
before.
right? You're thinking because the day before at non-farm payrolls?
And if you look since we're still inside the Asia range. You know what I mean? On NQ and ES. Well, now we're about to be out of it, but you know what I mean?
Right. It's about to stop me out, potentially. And if it does, I'm going to practice not re-entering. Why? This one's still running. It should stop soon. There we go. Oh, Net Baba said, had the same idea, but felt scared. And Net Baba said, I got traumatized by the market. Oh, I totally know. Trauma from the markets.
Here we go. All right.
Are you in a trade, Barbie?
Oh yeah, I've been in. Well, I'm out of the NASDAQ now, but yeah, I'm still in an ES. I just took profits on the a big chunk of it. Let's see if we get some runners.
I want to see what happens here.
I was just looking for that 75 level. I think we got to 74.75 is what that is actually where we went too.
Oh man,
that's why I always set my just a few ticks below.
Oscarito is long on ES at 64.63. Good luck.
Nice. This looks pretty strong, so.
Ooh, it's pushing. We are above yesterday's high in NQ. Nick, now it's reversing.
Yeah, I had a feeling. It's not that much, though. It's not reversing that much, but about 15 points or so.
Yeah.
If it runs those New York lows, I'm gonna be like, I feel like 9 times out of 10, the day before NFP is usually like a range day, like like small range, or it just hangs out within the areas that it made previously, the previous couple days. And waking up and seeing New York hasn't really expanded outside of that Asia range makes me think, it's probably just going to run highs and lows all morning. But we do have news at 10 o'clock, so maybe we get something there. But as chat knows that they had to inverse Nick a lot, so maybe they had the answer. NQ is just taunting Terry.
Thank you.
Didn't we bring Jan? Is he the one that came on for a special guest?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Jan, you are awesome.
The VIX is moving lower too. I'm kind of trying to watch that. It could end up moving lower and causing that chop though a little bit ahead of Nick's favorite news.
Oh man, what a wick. Sorry, Terry. I tell you, the market makers listen to what I have to say. I don't really like it,
Terrible.
Because it's a zero-sum game. There's always someone out there suffering, Today it was you.
Yeah.
But
Terrible.
you're probably in a fat short right now anyways. You probably get a short.
I did hop back in.
There we go. See?
in the same number of contracts, but we'll see what happens.
You said you weren't going to do that.
I know.
That's fine. It's your trading.
Jan says Terry was hedging short on options. She is now up 500%. I wish, Jan.
I'm going, in quotations, I'm going to practice not re-entering.
Yeah.
Terry, it's a good thing. It's good. It's okay. It's okay. You know why?
Why?
Right now, for the next 2 weeks, you can reset your sim-funded account for $1.99.
Yes, exactly. I can see what that experience is like.
Up to 3 times.
Yeah. It is a lot cheaper than any of the other firms are doing. Like it's like 600 or something at other firms.
Oh, it's just the other firm. Yeah. That's the only one I know of that has the sim-funded resets.
Full Port Nico. Good morning. Yeah, for only $1.99. For all my full porting friends, we will be using that this week. So we'll get a chance to do that for 2 weeks, Luke said. And then they'll see how it goes.
Tomorrow's Full Port Friday on MFP.
Yeah.
Is that how you do
I'll
it?
use it tomorrow.
NFP was so kind to include me into their name. Nick Full Ports. That's what it stands for.
So with the core accounts, we can trade news in the sim funded. Well, trade your regular strategy. So like
you can go find something on the 15-second, and then news happens. You're like, oh yeah, see, that was my strategy. You know what I mean?
That's a good point. Yeah, Methodical Man does trade off the 15-second chart.
15-second chart?
Yeah.
Jeez.
He came on here and showed us.
Wow, that's crazy.
Glutton for punishment. That's all right. It works for him.
Yeah, no, I feel like that's good. I mean, that someone can do it. I've seen some people, like I scroll through Twitter and be like NQ shorts, and then you look at the chart, it's like 15-second. I'm like, yep, keep scrolling.
Yeah.
I just can't do it. I'm like, oh wow, this chart looks so clean, and you see the 15-second, you're like, you know what I mean? Like that's 4. That's 4 1-minute candles. That's like 4. Oh my god, that's crazy.
Okay.
We gotta expedite some accounts tomorrow, of course. NQ is wild today. It is not. Don't do it, Terry.
Tron said, "Don't do it, Terry."
She's gotta. My
logo
goes off. What's your entry, if you don't mind me asking?
This is the 5-minute orb reversal because it didn't work. If it breaks this low, then the people who got tagged in on the long, they're getting stopped out. So sometimes this reversal works really well.
No, like,
If
where's your entry? Is your entry at
oh yeah, my entry would be the low, towards the low of the first 5-minute candle, which is 455. Let's see. The low is 457, the actual low of this candle. So my entry is at 455.
for shorts or long?
For short.
Okay. Oh, from the one you had earlier, right?
Yeah. Oh, no. So this is the 5-minute orb trade, the reversal trade.
Okay.
Yeah. Different. The
Yeah.
other one, I was trying to just swing it, for the whole day, but I got stopped out. Like I didn't think the overnight highs would be taken out.
Now, is this the
But they
orb
were.
Wrangler or is this the orb Lariat?
This is the what should I call it?
Barbie
don't
done
know.
fed up with me. Staring off into the abyss. Didn't even acknowledge it. That's like, that's what's time for me to shut up.
It was just a dad joke. I'm immune to dad jokes.
You probably heard too many of them. That's probably what it is.
The Deep is encouraging my full porting.
Well, what's weird right now is ES is going higher, NQ is going lower. Like two different. This is another one of those characteristics of a low probability session is when you see stuff like this.
The day before a big news day, like you're saying, like the market could just take everyone's money today.
Not if you don't let it.
True.
Y'all letting the market take your stuff? I don't like the market take my stuff. Minutes to ISM PMI.
Ah,
That's my
snap.
warning.
Come on, Asia low. Yeah, no, that's what I'm looking for too.
Good morning, Lisa. Lisa says, can't take if I don't trade, suckers. That's true.
Yep. Lisa.
Luke is cooking up 50% off. Yeah, no, as the stream went on, the longer he was on here, right when I said 50% off flash sale, he's like, oh, that's the one. He knows that's the one that's really good, that people would like. So hopefully we can cook that up. Maybe just for like an hour, like maybe, probably just during our session. Oh, by the way, guys, for you people that trade ICT, gonna get T trades on here with us. Y'all cool with that?
Yeah, soon?
Yeah, I was talking to him last night. He said whatever. Yeah. Face reveal, I don't know, man. I think he's got one planned here soon. So he may even do a face reveal before he even comes on.
I did not show my face for like 2 or 3 years. I was
really
faceless. Yeah.
I was wondering because if T comes on, I feel like Barbie will be like, hey, show your face. But now that makes me feel a little bit better.
Huh? Even I came out and showed my face eventually. There were a bunch of trolls that thought I was going to be a little bit different, I think.
Yeah. Nah, but he's cool.
The OG haters.
You guys will learn stuff in the chat for sure. Can I use my phone TV drops to retry one of emails? I don't think you can reset it for $1, bro. Maybe DM Luke on Venmo for that one.
Yeah, do a cash request or a Venmo request.
Good morning, Voltron. Voltron is in the house.
Kind of a weird morning, huh? On indices right now.
Yeah,
it is. I don't like it when we don't have sync. So I'm trying to figure out what it's going to do yet. I do like how we're staying above the 6460 on ES. But the tape's not really looking so good right now. I don't like it. Where's Voltron? How's your order flow looking? I'm not loving it right now. He looks at it differently than I do, though, so he might see a setup where I don't. Different strokes.
Does he use those VPOCs? Did he talk about those when he was on the streams?
He's not volume profile. He's order flow.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Got it mixed up. He probably knows what they are, maybe.
Brought up some VPOCs before.
VPOC.
Our buddy Forrest used to VPOC us some. Well, he was more into the nodes, but we like a good node around here too, right?
Keith is in the house. Hey, Keith. Yes, Forrest likes to trade from edge to edge, right?
Edging with Forrest. That's a song that should be his marketing.
Let's see. Was there like a orange folder at 9:45 or no? No.
We got 10 o'clock news yet. I didn't see any orange folder, but the news. So I'm transitioning to another a custom news feed, and so sometimes it's a little bit different.
Do we think
places consider it different?
10K? Oh man, I don't know.
What are they looking for?
If NQ will come back to 10,000.
Okay,
Wow.
Denny's a bear.
I mean, when we had that huge drop in April, that came to 16.6. I don't know, man. Like
Bears always want the drama.
oof. Monthly chart looks kind of wild. Let's see here. Hang with the gang.
Ooh, CJ.
All right, Denny. Denny says he's not a bear. He's just wondering.
CJ is 400 away from passing a core. Let's go, CJ.
Let's go. Stick with the plan. Don't get fancy. Stick with the plan.
Oh, man. Well, yeah, the good thing is, if you don't get it. Oh wait, no, you're on an eval. I was gonna say reset your account, but
we got to get him there so he can get his. Well, hopefully he won't need a reset, but if he does, we'll have it there for him.
Well, I like how the payout resets. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that's kind of cool. If you paid reset it, but say you're on your 4th or 5th payout, or about to be on your 5th payout or whatever it is, and you reset for $200, it's still worth it because you have you can still do a couple more payouts, right? I don't think I would do it if I was on like the last pay. Like that wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense, right? So, Bitcoin to zero? Man, you've been watching a lot of ICT videos. He's been saying Bitcoin is zero for forever. And just keeps ripping. Maybe when he comes back in 2 weeks, oh shoot, ow. Maybe when he comes back in 2 weeks, he'll start dumping a little bit.
Andrew says no setup for me.
I don't see much either, unfortunately. I'm gonna wait till the news here in 9 minutes and see what happens. 5 minutes.
it's coming. BTC. That's our new chant. BTC. Wyatt, you're funny.
Is Nick in love with ICT? No, I have him muted on Twitter. I had him blocked for the longest time. Just,
I had him blocked over the get back in the kitchen stuff. Like, come on, you can be more original than that.
It's just rage bait. That's all it is.
Yeah, full port Nico, also 0 setups for me so far.
I know, Trader Mick. I don't. Everyone seems to think that we're supposed to talk about it. I don't agree. It's not that interesting.
Yeah, we're just trading within that first 5-minute candle, basically. That second 5-minute candle, it peaked above and came back down. Now we're just consolidating and trading around VWAP and NQ.
Yeah, it looks
Not
like
much is
gold is having some.
happening. Gold is moving.
Well, no, it's
Ooh.
not moving. It's kind of bouncing in between this bearish point of interest right here and this bullish daily gap. So bouncing in between here. Let's see here.
I know what that notification was.
Yes, weird. Yeah, so it's bouncing in between here on the chats. How many funded accounts do you have, Terry?
I have 2. I also passed 2. I have 2 like funded right now, right? Like that are in red right now. But I have 2 that I passed during Globex. So I'll have 4 tomorrow, assuming nothing bad happens today. Assuming I don't let anything bad happen in these 2 funded accounts. So I'll have 4 tomorrow.
Or 5.
How do
Yeah,
you
or 5.
how do you yeah how many do you how much do you figure out you're gonna risk?
I know. So I've been thinking I should only risk like the smart thing for me to do would be to risk only like 10% of drawdown.
100%.
Right? But like I haven't learned my lesson yet because I'm like, ooh, I want to build a big cushion and then that way and then I'll size down. But that's like not working.
Right.
That way of thinking doesn't work.
I think I've shared this here before. The risk guide I have, it's in my free Discord. Let me pull it up real quick. Where are you at, baby? Yeah, so I usually do something like this is what I recommend to people. My chart's just lagging. I have too many windows up right now. Something like this. Have I shared this on stream before?
Yeah, I think you have, but I
Yeah.
do want to see
Do it
this again.
again.
I'll do it again, I guess.
For me and all the other full porters out there that need some risk management help.
Well, I think for evals, this isn't that crazy, right? Like if you have a 50K account, $2,000 drawdown, risking $500 or 700, 800, like that's not even that crazy to me, right? Now if it's someone's first time trading the eval, then yeah, it's a little crazy. I forgot where I got this, but it's in my free Discord. But I'm honestly on the fundeds. I'm between like balance and leveraged on each batch that I trade, but it just kind of depends on where. Like I could do 10% drawdown on like a trade. Like a trade today, it's probably only a 10% drawdown trade, because just the day before NFP. But like tomorrow, like NFP CPI, I usually do pretty well trading it. It's probably gonna be a 15% of drawdown trade for me. So yeah, I like to kind of keep it in here. At one point, I was like conservative, low risk for the longest time, and like I never got above like that. Because I was just so scared. Right? It's like walking out into the water. You know what I mean? Like you can't. So you just gets deeper and deeper. I didn't want to do that. So I was a little scared, and I think what happened the first time I did size up, I lost like a lot of money, and it just scared me back and put me back into this conservative low risk. So what I would recommend is to probably do like if you have 2 accounts, let's say you have 4 accounts, maybe you have 1 account, you trade conservative low risk on daylight today. Today you do one where you do balanced, and then another 2 you do it on like 15%. If it's funded, I don't really recommend doing this, but maybe 1 account per each how the setup is or how the day is going, right?
Yeah, I really like that because then it's like it gets my itch of putting risk on satisfied in a funded account, but I'm not doing it in all of them. It's like very structured.
Right, you know? It
Yeah.
satisfies the itch because you always, it don't matter if you have like 10 accounts and you don't you're still you say, oh yeah, I'm not gonna get that itch, you're gonna get that itch. And one day, the only difference is some days you're not gonna give in and some days you are. So on the days that you are, maybe just risk it on one account, right? Or
Yeah.
the smaller conservative low risk. So Nick, I
Thank
know you
you.
bite your collar off stream. I can't like prove I'm on to you. Okay. All right, cool, bro.
Barbie, your sim idea is working. Like, so I was able to pull up the sim and I did trade in it yesterday and I was like, ooh, this is nice. I can like do whatever I want in this account and it's not going to hurt me. It felt nice. I haven't done it in quite a while.
Yeah, a lot of people just treat the evals as paper accounts, and I do think there's a place for having both. So
The Eagles cover spread tonight. What is it? Is it 8.5? Is it 9? Oh yeah. By the way, it's 0 days till football. 0.
we're there.
We're here. You know, it's Barbie's Cowgirls tonight.
The cheerleaders are the cowgirls. Why don't they call the cheerleaders the cowgirls? I don't understand.
They could. I know Nick snacks on raw onions when watching movies. I just know it. Cool, dude. You have quite the imagination.
Weird insult.
Yeah. Is that an insult? Oh, I think it is.
It's a weird compliment too.
Could be a compliment. Yeah.
It could be.
It sounds like the kind of insults the ranch bot dishes out. So that's why I took it that way.
There we got. So yeah, who's your team in the chat? Cowboys, Eagles tonight, and then we got a game tomorrow. We got Chargers and Chiefs playing in Brazil.
Oh, news in 40 seconds.
About 30 now.
Thank you, Mr. Delusional.
I'm AI, bro. I'm not real. Saints,
Denny asks if we eat queso with meat and chips when watching football. That sounds delicious.
100%.
There's a lot of queso consumed around here, but you got to throw some brisket in with that. It's Texas, so
yeah,
you got good brisket.
Buffalo chicken dip is my go-to on game day. Buffalo chicken dip. Next time to do a chat with GBT while be on the toilet. 100%. Brisket on everything. That brisket's pretty good. Yeah, so that was kind of nothing there, huh? I think before I head out here, I think 10 o'clock news is going to drag us lower into here. And then if we have enough volatility and speed to get us out of it, I think we'll make a move back to here. But be very careful on how we get to here. If we do, like if it takes like a lot of time to get there, it's probably not a good trade. But if it comes down really quick and it moves away really quick, you could be having yourself a nice setup there. But remember, it's the day before NFP, so yeah, I don't really see much. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. I'll catch you guys back here tomorrow. If you guys do blow those funded accounts, you got resets for the next 2 weeks.
Awesome. Thanks, Nick. We will see you tomorrow, bright and early.
Yep. Take it easy.
Are you still in the longs, Barbie, or closed out?
I still have my runner on. I didn't get stopped out because it's on ES. I think it would have gotten stopped out in NASDAQ. Oh yeah, NASDAQ's ugly. So it's still chilling. I would love to get up close to 64.80 on that, but we'll see. We be chilling. It's kind of a boring day today. The 15-minute orb hasn't even hit.
I know, it's already 30 minutes into the New York Open.
So let me show you all this. Someone was like, "Oh, the orb looks really bearish today." Wait, that's the wrong button. So here's the ES orb. Would you say that one looks bearish? Here's the NASDAQ one. This is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, it did just enter this one. I'm showing the wrong account.
Ooh,
There we go.
child.
But and I'm about to get stopped out on the other one. That's okay. But the ES is doing a completely different thing. This is the situation where the orb is not as likely to work. Just there's a lot of folks want some sort of confirmation. I get it. I like just keeping it really simple and letting it do its thing. But if you're trying to cut down on shenanigans, market shenanigans, one of the things you can do is watch. Of course, now the ES is kind of catching up with it, which is why I don't sit there and try to overthink that too much. But that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about when I'm talking about the markets not syncing up and not setting up for a very good trade. And I get it that we feel a rhythm when we want to come to the computer every morning session and do the same thing, but the market doesn't do the same thing every day. So you can't expect that. And that's why everything's different. A lot of times traders will ask, but why didn't that trade work? I did everything right. And it's like, well, because sometimes it doesn't work. That's how the market markets.
We can't force it to market the way we want it to market. Yeah.
You try, but
we can try. It does not work, especially in the sim funded account or any sim account. Yeah. The market will market. I like that.
I think people are always like, we're trying to make sense of it and everything. And instead of like trying to look for meaning, I don't think there's meaning in the market. You just have to really realize that it's literally a live auction. And there's big players in there. There's big players and there's small players, and there's a billion different strategies and order types and entry methods. So that's why it feels unpredictable, but it's doing exactly what we think it's going to. So
Yeah, Deba Deep says NQ loves 420. I've noticed that too. It just seems like it just always wants to gravitate to 420. Go figure.
I just remember the day that Tesla closed at 420.69, and it was when Elon was doing a lot of dumping stock, and I was like, oh, he put his orders there on purpose to try to make that happen. It was such an Elon move. That was back when everyone was entertained by Elon. So, that was fun.
Miguel says at the end of the day, it only goes up or down. Yeah.
Or sideways.
Or sideways, back and forth.
And now ES is finally starting to exceed those lows from the open. So
that's interesting. So NQ took out the overnight high and low. That doesn't happen that often. Who is in shorts? Anyone in shorts right now?
the market is just looking really super choppy. I want it to be exciting too, you guys. I wish I could make it. Lisa is short. Where is Lisa?
Lisa is short. So am I. Robert is short. Moet is short. Okay, let's see if this 15-minute orb is going to work. I like it when the 15 and the 5 are on the same side.
Short shaming? What do you mean? We're not short shaming. We like them short. We like them long. Candle size does matter, but not in all the reasons you'd expect. Nice helpful.
Let's go. Helpful got out of his short $1,100 in profit on the $1 core funded account.
That would be
Um,
helpful.
Amazing.
Y'all
W
screaming entertain me.
W for helpful.
I didn't even notice that this one was in too. I didn't hear that one. Okay, so that the ES one did hit too. I was like, wait a minute, it says I have 2 positions. We don't carry that. That's not a thing. That was an idea. Yeah, I was streaming with Tim yesterday, and his chat has where they can hit a command that does that order filled button, and I didn't know they did that. And so I was like, wait, I was checking my own chart. That's a good one.
Tim Vesh.
Yeah.
Hey Tim. For people who don't know, Tim Vesh is Vala Trades.
Tim the Trade Man.
Oh, this market.
Ugh, this market. Definitely kind of
Magnus,
called it on the crappy open.
yeah. Magnus does the best order filled. Order filled. I have to work on mine.
Yeah, Avi's getting married. We're excited for that. I think it's a big long wedding, one of those. So I'm expecting a lot of pictures.
Yes, and beautiful clothing. I can't wait to see.
Like my cousin married an Indian man, and I was like, I don't know if I can actually do 5 days. What do I have to go to?
It's
Like
so
5 days.
intense.
There's
Yeah.
so many cool things though. I love traditions. I feel like that's something that I don't understand why the culture right now is like trying to move away from traditions, because I love traditions like that. So 5 days of traditions is a lot. It's hardcore.
Yes. ES is looking better than NQ.
If you're short.
Yeah, if you're short,
Yes,
not
I
if
am
you're
short.
long.
I'm like still looking for my trade of the day though, so. Because there's I keep forgetting which stream button. I got a new stream deck and my buttons are different, and I have to look every time right now. But yeah, so Nasdaq has started trying to turn around this around the 420 level. Who called that? You
Who
win.
called it?
But ES is not having as good luck, but we are right at the 60 level. So this is a good spot if ES is going to get its act together. So we'll see.
This is like one of those slow grinding days. Deba Deeps called the 420.
There you go. Everyone's warning for NFP. That's non-farm payroll. So that's let's go over. I always tease that it's Nick's favorite because I feel like he watches, or he at least mentions watching it the most. But the non-farm employment change is a really big number for the Fed. So there's all that talk about the rate cuts, and we have priced in rate cuts, and the market's working on pricing in multiple rate cuts, but that's a little tricky right now. So that's why that non-farm number is super important. Nick Fullport's NFP, is that it? It's his favorite? Probably. There's probably some shenanigans.
Marco thinks no rate cuts this month. I think we're priced in pretty well for a rate cut, right? For September?
We are. If they decide to hold the rate, the market's gonna be ugly. The market's priced in a cut. So, I know everyone loves the drama,
Mhm.
but you got wanting the drama and, seeing what we're actually gonna get, two different things, right?
Mhm.
So, I can't read that. 97.6, I
Holy
think,
smokes.
percent chance.
Th
That's a
that
pretty good one.
Yeah. That would be drama if they did not cut. Major drama, I
That's why
imagine.
I didn't understand that when I was first trading also, why does it's like, well, if that's a better number, then why is the market going the other way? And it's always about the expectations.
Mhm.
Jay, I am in an orb trade. I don't like it though, but I'm doing it for sport. And you'll know where these levels are because they're the high and the low of the first 15 minutes, but I have this box on my chart. So the ES did end up getting in. The Nasdaq is in. It's not real exciting, but I mean, I don't have anything super exciting with other strategies right now either because the market is really it's doing the holding pattern thing,
Mhm. Maybe we go into yesterday's VWAP. Possibly go test that. Let's see. Yesterday's VWAP was around 412. It's chopping around. Days like this, if you're a momentum trader, you can just get smashed to little pieces. It's not
If
fun.
there's no momentum
There's
and
no
you're a momentum
momentum.
trader, you shouldn't be in a trade.
Mhm. WeWap says, no, it's WeWap, Terry.
That is kind of a whole discussion, by the way, y'all. Quality over quantity of trades. So everyone comes to these streams and you want to see some action and you want to see all these trades. But at the same time, I think it's really valuable to show you when it's not a great time to trade. And that's so underappreciated. And for me, I want to be authentic with y'all. I don't want to be just like throwing crap on for the show. There's definitely pressure for that. Everyone wants to trade all the time. But
Mhm.
listen when people are saying like, I'm not seeing stuff. This is ugly. It's not ideal conditions because sometimes I mean, the market doesn't give us the same opportunities every day. I tell you all that every day too. And we've really got to pay attention to what's actually happening and not just what we want. That's the thing that so many traders get stuck on is like you want the result, but if the market isn't offering that, you got to wait.
Yes. I think that's like one of the most valuable things I'm learning from watching successful traders, watching you, Barbie, and watching the other traders on our show. It's you guys are really good at not taking trades in the in-between stuff. And that's the difference of making
Yeah,
money consistently.
it is. And Theo, like you're pointing out that we're not like always insisting on being in a trade. We still have pressure from that, by the way. We have pressure from that all the time. I do. I get pressured by behind the scenes. Like, let's see how many trades we can put on. How can we get more trades on? But I appreciate y'all because you appreciate everything else that we're giving you too, which is sometimes it's tricky. Even if there's a move, sometimes it's tricky to catch because it didn't really offer up an entry. And maybe it offered up an entry in a really niche strategy that no one knows, or somebody in chat will catch it because it's a really specialized thing. But for me, I've been quality over quantity since everything. So way before I was in trading, that was my mantra going through business the entire time. And I know it's different. It's always supposed to be, how much you can show everybody that you're doing over value. Like that's the priority is how much value can you show? And it's less about how much value you can have. but I've always just been resistant to that. So I think that is what helps keep me patient too, though, is I don't really care what everyone else is trying to expect me to do so much.
Mhm.
So, like, take that as a lesson for you too. It doesn't matter what everybody else is doing, what everybody else is trading. You have to stay true to your system and your plans and everything that you're doing. I think that's the hardest thing about streaming to me, but then I realize that I see it more because I'm streaming, but every single one of us is dealing with that as traders. We're always trying to look over everybody else's shoulders and see what everybody else is doing. And when you learn to just focus on your own game, that's when everything starts to change. Lots of people worried about what everybody else is doing out here.
Mm-hmm. And everyone has an opinion. I heard someone say, opinions are like belly buttons. Everyone has one.
I've not heard it with the belly button version, but okay.
The 15-minute orb is working. I'm still hanging on to that 5-minute reversal, 5-minute reversal orb trade.
There you go. Helpful nose.
Helpful. Does that mean it feels like hell to be helpful, or
He's got a pun there, Terry. He's got a pun. There's
opinions
2
are
L's on
like
purpose.
a-holes? Yeah.
That's the version I've hold. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. They're not always great. You know, they're not your best feature necessarily.
Hmm.
I mean, I don't know, maybe it's your best feature, but if it is, then I don't need to know about that. Whoa, what's going on? Did it just stop out and re-enter that fast? It's not supposed to re-enter that fast. Shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh well.
CJ's leaving? I missed it. Take care, CJ.
Okay.
Yeah, the algos, like how you've shared with us, sometimes like they need to be tweaked, and it's not like a one and done deal. It's not a utopia. There's
Everyone thinks
no.
they're magic because they don't have it, but you know, wouldn't trading be magic if you didn't have a clue how all this worked too? So it's a different style of trading. I mean, there's options trading and futures trading and spread selling and covered calls and there's all these different strategies. Algo trading is a version of trading, and there's still strategy and all this other stuff that you have to balance. You guys want the cheat code, but it's a different style of trading. And go watch the video I just put out because I was talking about buy and sell programs. The way that they're talked about on other channels is just it's not really what they are. It frustrates the hell out of me that everyone's like, "Oh, that's a buy program. Oh, that's a sell program." But if you actually understand what it is, it's not so scary to trade against them. But really, all that is it's a method of getting out of the market.
MyFundedFutures just dropped a poll. How did you trade today? Well, bad, or did not trade? And then I saw MyFundedFutures just said, for those who had a bad time, perhaps we can do something for you. This is exciting. Maybe we'll hear some music and we can dance. Dance,
Terry's
dance, dance.
trying really hard.
Let's go. I had a dance off with my nephew. He's 6 years old. I think he won. He knows all these moves. It was the cutest thing. I'll have to get him on video sometime so I can show you guys. Do you dance, Barbie?
No, I don't have time for that.
What? Why Magnus giving me mixed signals today? Deba Deep says. Yeah, market is just not doing much today before non-farm payroll so far. It is trading below VWAP though, but we're at about unchanged on NQ.
Yeah, dances to the hot tub. That was a big project. That's actually I couldn't when I wasn't streaming like in January, it's because I couldn't. It was too loud.
Oh,
They were
wow.
jackhammering out my old pool and pool deck, and then I had a giant pit. That was a whole adventure. That was a major. I said when I retired from real estate, I said I'm never gonna be the GC for another job. I'm not project managing anymore. Sure enough, there I go, redoing my pool.
But you love it
But
now.
well, yeah, and I got these quotes that are just like I was like, "Are you joking? You mean like if you take this pool out and put a one in there that's 3 times the size, that's what that price is for, right?" And like, no. I'm like, "Okay, well then I'll do this." There has not been enough tubbing lately either. There's way too much kid stuff going on.
Busy. There might be some type of giveaway, Rapper. Maybe soon. Oh,
What is
Denny.
your I'm going to stop trading today no matter what. When business is done, basically. That's the way I look at it, is like once business is done, and that could be good or bad. But you know, you have your good day and your bad day, and you should kind of have limits to that, right? Like how bad you'll let it get and how good how euphoric you'll get before you need to get your freaking profits booked. That's why I always tell my child, like, stop sending me screenshots of unrealized profits. Those are not nearly as sexy as the realized ones. So
This is true.
it's once you've gotten your business done. So the way I look at it, I've got accounts, especially my live accounts. I'll kind of cycle through them and get each one to a point where I want to go, and then I'll move on. And that helps me keep mentally going without really kind of psyching myself out with all these different trades and all in one account. But yeah, once my business is done, and it may be I didn't hit all my accounts for the day, but the market's kind of done what it's going to do. I'm usually looking for a nice little bounce like this one. Honestly, I did get in off the 60 level on ES, but the once the move that I'm looking for has been made, or the accounts are booked the way I need to book them, then work is done for the day. And I also I started scheduling stuff in the afternoon, or you know, starting at lunchtime. I've got stuff to do. I've got work I want to do on my house. We've got, you know, doctor's appointments, whatever I need to do. I book those in the afternoon because I plan on being done after the morning session. Since the morning session, if you go look at your stats, you'll see when you make the most money. I make the most money in not the first hour, but that second hour of the morning session. That's my jam. So I always want to hang around for that. But then I don't need to keep engaging in trying to push things and force things. Just sit back and let it happen.
Abhishek is in the house. Welcome back, Abhishek. Congratulations on getting married. Our lovely mod.
And I wasn't expecting that today. Welcome.
Welcome. Okay, Max Payne. I had to close out my trade.
Are you
Why?
short still? Oh,
Well,
was that
I
the
was.
orb?
Yeah, it was the orb, but Max Payne, I can't take any more. I can't take any more in these sim funded. No more. Oh, Abhishek, we want to see some pictures. Maybe on X, tag us. Oh, Magnus said we need to drop something in honor. Our family keeps growing. I love it. We have our MyFundedFutures TV baby, Denny's baby, and now Abhishek has a wife. We're adding to the family. Let's go.
Sure, though, she's ours, all of ours. Ooh, back testing. I like that. Let's promote some back testing.
50 free resets. Use code BACKTESTING50. Let us know if you got one.
Oh, I'm excited, Daddy. I want to see. You know where to find me.
Dowd got it. Chanel got it. Victor, let's go. Congrats, guys, to everyone who got it.
Grizz, you got it.
JJ got it. Ravi got it.
It happens. Those things go super fast, y'all. Good job, though, on your super fast trigger fingers. What kind of grass are y'all touching, by the way? Is it the fun kind?
The 420 kind. Maybe the
Is it
market will go back.
flowers?
Test 420.
I like flowers. VIX is coming down here, so hopefully I get my 64.80 out of this at the end of the day. Well, not the end of the day. This morning.
This morning.
Ooh.
Oh, good luck, Rocky Mountain Trader. Long from 422.
That's a good spot.
Wow, nice entry. I think the low of New York is what, 421?
You know what? It's because he's been practicing with the giveaway codes, so he's got super fast fingers. Jay,
410.
how do I use VIX? VIX is the volatility index, so it's inverse of the ES. So if the VIX is trending down, I feel pretty good about my longs. And if it's trending up, I feel pretty good about my shorts. So if I'm the opposite position and VIX is not supporting my trade, then that's why I need to be careful, things like that. Sometimes you can use the dollar too. The dollar is not, it doesn't have that strong reverse correlation right now. And things have just gotten a little bit more complicated with the dollars, the short answer, but the VIX is, because of where the VIX is, when it gets down to 12, it gets harder to use it, but where it is right now, it's still pretty useful in using as confirmation for trades, just as long as it's going the opposite direction as the indexes. If everything gets kind of jumbled up, it gets a lot harder to use that. But
Barbie, last minute thoughts before we head out for the day. Time flew.
oh, it's that
this
time
morning.
already.
I know.
Well, I think that was a good closing one too with the VIX. Use the VIX as your guide. But I think that so my personal goal, and I've done this on my live at the beginning of the week, my personal goal for September is to just focus on my own business and what I need to do. And so maybe y'all can join me in that goal or set your own. Whatever goal you have, make sure you have a goal for the month so you can always kind of ground yourself back to that mission. That's always helped me a lot. So
Thanks, Barbie. Thank you, chat. We will see you tomorrow bright and early. Have a good one. Ash is on next. Come on down, Ash. Bye, guys.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Welcome back to another live stream with myself, Ash Trades. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's day going so far? Just going to take some time, say good morning to the community. Welcome everybody into my segment of the stream, and then we will get into the information. But did everybody hear the announcement? If you didn't hear the announcement earlier with Luke, funded resets for the 50K core count. Absolutely amazing. funded resets. Huge. Absolutely huge for the 50K core account. Definitely check that out. If you're one of the individuals that got into the funded stage on the 50K core account, you now have the option for the next couple of weeks of having that reset available to you. Huge. Absolutely huge. But good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. Very excited to get back on here with you all. I hope everybody's week is going well. Hope everybody's day is going well. Let's see who we have here today, and then we'll get into some of the information. Good morning, Green. Good morning, Thiago. Good morning, Rocky Mountain Trader. Good morning, Jenny. Good morning, I Love Chuck Roast. Good morning, Winston. Good morning, Trading by Sam. Good morning, Raphael Trades. Good morning, Adwin. Good morning, Mr. Delusional. Good morning, Jan. Good morning, Aeolus. Sorry if I'm saying anybody's names wrong. Please do feel free to correct me. We have a lot of different countries in here, so I might be pronouncing something wrong. So sorry if I am. Please feel free to correct me. Good morning, Lars. Good morning, MM. Good morning, TT Trading. Good morning, Karen. Good morning, SK. Good morning, Blint. Good morning, Novice. Good morning, AD. Good morning, BB. Good morning, Abhishek. Hold on, chat. Huge W's in chat. Throw a lot of W's, a lot of hearts. Abhishek is back. And if I heard it correctly, I think we have a new marriage in the building. So congratulations on the marriage. I hope the wedding went well. I have to say, my wedding was probably the best day of my life. So hopefully you got to take in every single moment. Hopefully you got to enjoy it and capture the moment. Congratulations. Welcome to the married life. I think it's going to go phenomenal for you. So huge W's in chat. Huge hearts in chat. Let's hear it for Abhishek. Welcome back, Abhishek. Good morning, Tao Trades. Good morning, Adwin. Good morning, D. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's week going so far? Let's see how everybody's week is going so far. So throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the week. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the week. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade this week. See how everybody else is doing so far this week. Okay, some 1s to start. Very good. Couple 2s in there as well. That's all right. So pretty 50-50. Couple 1s, couple 2s. All right. Well, just some quick mental and emotional intelligence. Let's not harp on the past. Let's not worry about the future. Work, don't worry. Okay? Don't allow yesterday's experience to induce some kind of emotion that will ruin today's trade. Okay? Don't allow the want of a better future to induce some kind of emotion that's going to make you do something wrong today. Do not worry about the past. Do not worry about the future. Remain in the present. Okay? Focus on completing your business to the best of your ability today. Take it one day at a time. Day by day, let's keep getting better. 1% better than our prior selves yesterday. Brick by brick. Just keep laying those bricks one at a time. Okay? So let's focus on the present. Okay? Don't worry about the past. Don't worry about the future. Let's focus on the present. Ash, payout coming tonight. $2,200 already for this month. Yes, Denny. Let's go, Denny. More W's in chat. The mods at MyFundedFutures are just hitting W's in all aspects of life. I absolutely love that. Huge W's in chat for Denny. This man is just raking in those payouts. Denny, how much is that overall? Isn't that like 20K on the last couple months? Holy moly. Let's go, Denny. Lock it in. I mean, you know what I'm going to say here. You know what I'm going to say. right? Do not press any other buttons and confirm that you will get that payout. Do not do anything in between now and then that's going to ruin that payout. 25K. Holy. Let's go, Denny. When are we getting Denny on the show? I'm going to keep asking until you say yeah. Charts closed for the day. That's all that matters. Listen, the job, you set a goal, right? Or not even a goal. Sorry. We should not be goal oriented. We should be process driven. That's where I made the mistake, and that's what I was trying to say. Create the game plan. Once you get a result to the game plan, be done for the day. Right? So when you get a result, good or bad, just be done. I want to be a Danny. No, it's Denny with it's with an E, not an A. I want to be a Denny, not a Danny. All right, so just wanted to welcome everybody into the stream, see how everybody's doing, see how everybody's day going. We have a beautiful position that's currently occurring. That's why we had it on the screen. This is a long opinion, long position, in my opinion. Here it is here. It's the model I trade, so this is what we're watching for my session. Did anybody capture this long? Who else is trading breaker blocks? Who else is trading unicorns? Did anybody capture this long? Very clean unicorn here. Swing low, swing high, new low, new high. Very clear that you have the FEG right in here. Right, so breaker block plus FEG equals unicorn. So very clean position here. This is a bullish unicorn, so we're going to watch it. Throw a 1 in chat if you captured this long, right? You had multiple opportunities here. You get confirmation of the position, and then it retests the area that we enter to provide an opportunity. If you were able to get long from that area, you're now looking at 58 points, 60 points. Man, if you want to just take 60 points, that's 1-to-1 right there. You could be done for the day. 60 points in NQ. One contract of NQ at 60 points is $1,200. You realize that, right? You tell me, what other job gives you $1,200 in the matter of, what is this? 1027 to 1038. $1,200 in about 10 minutes. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yeah, the NFL, the NFL probably does a lot more than that. I could only imagine what those quarterbacks are making. How about first of all, how about baseball? Doesn't baseball have the largest salaries? I mean, why don't we just go right to Elon Musk, actually? Like, what about the owners of Tesla? Yeah, there you go. Cristiano Ronaldo. He's another one that would definitely argue. All right. Also, I'm going to keep doing this because I want to make sure that everybody understands the information that we're looking at. Okay? Let's get rid of this. Ready? Ready? Who's ready for it? I know everybody's been watching me do it recently. Downtrend. Downtrend. What happened here? Breakout of the downtrend. Breakout of the downtrend that equals long. Look at this long opportunity. Look, all you had to do is wait for a breakout of the downtrend to get long here. And this, look how clear this breakout is. It had no problem breaking out of the downtrend. Breakout of the downtrend plus 60 points on NQ, you'd be done for the day. You'd be done for the day. Absolutely gorgeous long there. All around. Call it whatever you want to. Opening range breakout, downtrend breakout, bullish unicorn. There's an inversion in here too. Let's look at the inversion, right? If you're an inversion trader, here's your inversion right here. Inversion, right? It's whatever you want. The terminology doesn't matter. The terminology doesn't matter. And that's what I'm trying to show everybody. And we're going to keep doing it. So let's see. Let's see how you guys got into the long. Throw a 1 in chat if you took the long because of the downtrend. Did you get long because it broke out of the downtrend? Throw a 1 in chat if you did. Throw a 2 in chat if you got long because of the bullish unicorn. Let's mark all these out so everybody can see. You have the bullish unicorn. You have the downtrend. And then you have the inversion. So throw a 3 in chat if you took the inversion. Let's change the color on this one so that we can see the difference. How do you change the color of these things? I don't know. Oh, that was for the text. There we go. All right. Oh, hold on. I'm messing up now. Hold on. All right. Did you take the bullish unicorn? Did you take the downtrend? Or did you take the inversion? Wait. But wait, there's more. Hold on. Am I too old for saying that? Who knows? Who knows what that's from? Who knows what that's from? Am I too old for saying that? But wait, there's more. You have the change in the state of delivery here too. Billy Mays. Yeah, thank you. At least I'm not the only one. You have the change in the state of delivery here too. Okay, Billy. Maybe I'll be Billy GBT from here on out. Billy chat. Instead of Ash chat. Instead of Ash GBT. Billy GBT. But wait, there's more. All right, chat. Seriously though. I'm trying to prove a point here. Which one did you take? Change in the state of delivery, inversion, trend line, or unicorn? Point being is that look at how all of those locations are at the same spot. Yeah, there's a couple points difference in here. I understand that. I get it. But what I'm referring to is no matter which one of these you just took, if you took, let's go through each one of them. So downtrend breakout, you're probably waiting for the breakout. So you probably got long somewhere in this candle right here. So this one's for the downtrend breakout. Looking at about 70 points. You probably waited for this candle to break out of this trend line. You probably market ordered in somewhere in this candle here. 72 points. Okay. If you waited for the unicorn, let's do the unicorn. Unicorn's looking at 60 points. Okay. If you did the change in the state of delivery, change in the state of delivery is looking at 64 points. If you did the inversion, inversion's looking at 80 points. Point being is they're all green right now. Every single one of those positions are green. You understand what I'm getting at here? What I'm trying to point to is the entry function, the model or the strategy that you're trading. The entry function is the least important out of everything. You could have taken any single one of these entries, and you also could have taken 60 plus points. You understand what I'm saying? you could have taken, right? Because the least amount of points was here, and that was 60. So that's why I'm referring to 60 as the amount of points that you could have captured. Now, what actually matters is your decision making, is what you do when you're in the position, right? So now let's talk about that. What I'm trying to say here is, ready? What I'm trying to say here is, if you're a front runner and you're trading the unicorn model and you get long right here, right? You're getting long right here, right? You're market ordering in. You're market ordering in at this very moment in time because you want to be in a position. You try to get into a position the very first moment you see a unicorn, and you market order in the very first moment that you see a unicorn. And then you see it go nicely into your favor, but then you get scared and you say, I don't want to let a winning position become a losing position. So what I'll do is I'll protect myself. I'll put my stop loss above break even. Well, guess what? You've now been taken out at break even. So the decision that you made to move your stop loss to break even drastically changes the results here. If you moved yourself to break even, you would have had, just barely a return. You probably would have got $10, $20, whatever, because you probably put it 1 point above break even just so you could be green. But the difference is your feelings and your thoughts, right? The individual that's scared to hold on to their long, they don't want to allow something that is green become red. The individual that raises their stop loss above break even here, they get taken out. And then guess what happens right after that? Right? Guess what happens right after that? Plus 60 points. So the point that I'm trying to make here is the entry function doesn't matter. The model you're trading doesn't matter. The decisions you make during the time of does. Your ability to hold on to positions. What is that ability? That ability is you controlling your thoughts, you controlling your emotions, you controlling your actions, right? If you get scared to hold on to your long, so you try to protect yourself by raising your stop loss above break even, you're not going to see this reward because you've been taken out. Instead of accepting the risk before the risk is taken, right? So the other option to that, right? The other option to that is, right, leaving your stop loss in the original location, never moving it, accepting the price fluctuations, not allowing your feelings to deter your risk management, knowing that you're going to leave your stop loss where it belongs, and you'll take profit when it gets to the profit target, right? So instead of trying to overmanage, how about just manage your emotions and take profit when the objective has been completed? You see the difference there in those two scenarios? There's a huge difference in the way price makes you feel. The things that you tell yourself here, right? What are you telling yourself in your own mind? Is it an intrusive thought of, I need to protect myself? Don't get me wrong here, all right? We're talking about execution within a position. I'm not talking about protecting your capital. Those are two different conversations, okay? Risk management, right? Risk management is how many accounts you choose to purchase, right? The money that's actually leaving your account versus the money that's coming into your account. That's what risk management is, right? So manage your risk when you start this process. So go get a second job so that the first job covers all of the bills. The second job is used to fund your trading business. Then, when you go to purchase an account, only purchase the amount that you're willing to lose, right? The cost of an evaluation is you managing your risk. Because once you've made that purchase, you no longer have that money. It's not in your bank account anymore. Once you've made that purchase, you need to come here and risk, right? If there is no risk, there is no reward. Literally with your stop losses or you taking positions, right? If there's no risk, meaning you raise your stop loss above break even, look at the reward compared to that, compared to this. If there is no risk, there will be no reward. You have to become comfortable with being uncomfortable. You have to accept the risk before the risk is taken. You have to control your mind, your emotions, your actions. That's what will get you to the plus 60 points. Okay, if you're going to be fearful, then just don't even start the evaluation. Like, just save your own money. But if you're willing to risk, then come into the market and risk. That's why we're here. We are here to take risk. We want to be using, $400 to make $800, $300 to make $600. Whatever the number is, you want to be risking when you're in the market. That's why we trade. Okay, so beautiful downtrend breakout today. Chat has convinced me to become a trend line trader, so I've completely scrapped my entire model, and now I am a trend line trader. Beautiful downtrend breakout this morning. After the breakout, this thing ran absolutely beautiful. Plus 60. Here, let's do one even better. Let's work on this strategy. Let's work on this strategy. Ready? All right, ready? We're about to work on this strategy here. This is not the one that I was looking for. Give me a second. I think this is the one I was looking for. Hold on. All right, here we go. Now we're working on our breakout strategy. All right, here we go. When we break out, when we get a breakout, that is our entry. And then after we break out, we will trail using the 21. All right. So breakouts are the entries. Candle closures below the 21 are the exits. So we might get an exit right here, actually. Let's see. There you go. So that would be you closing the position right here. Let's see how many points that is. So breakout here. And we just closed it here. Plus 40 points on the day? Man, that would be phenomenal. That would be phenomenal. W for the trend line traders. That'll perfect. I just came up with the name of the new group too. Trend line traders. Boom. Trend line traders. Who's joining the trend line traders? Right here on the 10:30 to 11:30 segment of MyFundedFutures. We will call ourselves trend line traders. Not me. Trendline Trader Academy. Right here, 10:30 to 11:30. MyFunded TV every single day of the week. Ash, I literally played that play. I have the exact trend line drawn. Very good job. Very good job. See, that's what I'm trying to say is it doesn't matter what strategy you use. The only thing that matters is you're either green or red at the end of the day. That's all that matters. I don't care how you get green, right? What I want for you is to be green. That's what really matters. So throughout my time here with the entire community, I've done a lot of mental and emotional intelligence. I've done a lot of talk of risk management. Obviously, you could just go and watch the live streams. Doing the trades on the screen, that's not the important part. In my opinion, this business is 80% mental and 20% chart. That's why my segment is always the way it is. Because what really matters is what you're telling yourself during the time of. Okay. But just so everybody knows that this is a bit of sarcasm. I'm not changing my model. I'm still going to keep trading the way I've been trading. I'm just trying to show you that we can all coexist. We can all be friendly. We can all be family. We can all trade. We can all be nice to each other. We can all accept everybody else's strategies and models. We don't have to, put anybody else down because they use some kind of different method. There is no ego to have, right? You're not up against anybody else. So to be comparing yourself to somebody else, to be trying to act like you're right versus they're wrong, there's no reason to do that because you're the only person clicking the button. You're the only person clicking the button. So that's the only thing that matters. Bull flag, though. Now we got a bull flag. Who's going to continuation pattern? Who sees the bull flag? We might get a breakout here. Bull flag, anybody? Let's see if we get the breakout. If we get the breakout, maybe we go to the high here. Where's the bull flag and bear flag, traders? Hey, from PJ. Hey, all of PJ's Discord, thank you for the kind and warm regards. Tell PJ I also said what's up. Also tell PJ we need to get him on stream again. Ask PJ if he'll come over to the MyFundedFutures stream. And if he says yes, let us know. Let us know which day would work best. We had a phenomenal stream with PJ. I really think he has a lot of value to share. So I would love to have him again. If you guys don't mind, if you could ask him, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please and thank you. Starting to get the breakout, chat. Target here if we get the breakout. See if we get it. See if we get the bull flag breakout. Let's see if we get it. Broke out of the bull flag. Now it's retesting that area. If they turn it into support, maybe we can run to the target. All right, last one, and then we'll get into some real value. I'll get over to chat. We'll start answering questions. I was just trying to show a point that it doesn't matter what you trade. What does matter is the decisions you make during the time of. That was the entire purpose to today's conversation. Trendline traders are welcome. Whoa, what? What? Chat, can you still hear me? What's going on here? What just happened? If you don't mind, give me a thumbs up if you can still hear me, or give me a yes or something. Why did my computer just freeze? What just happened? Yes, we can hear. Yes, thank you. Did you guys see that glitch? That was weird. They took the thing off the screen and then put it back on. What is going on here? See? It's the market makers. It's the market makers. They're trying to get us. The market makers are like, you just gave away the secret, the holy grail. Now everybody knows about the matrix. They're trying to take us down, chat. I'm just joking around. I know I got a lot of sarcasm today, but that's the point. We should be able to enjoy this business. We should be able to, love what we do, never work a day in our lives. So majority of the time I'm very serious. Majority of the time I'm strictly value, but there will be times where we're going to have some fun. We're going to enjoy what we're doing. Today's one of those days. So all right, let's come back to this. I don't want to waste the entire time looking at this bull flag breakout. I do want to make sure we get to the questions and answers section of the stream. I want to make sure everybody's answers, I want to make sure everybody's questions are being answered. So I'm going to hop over into chat. If you have any type of question, any type of information that you'd like to go over, I'm hopping over into chat now and we can go over it. It could be anything to do with this trading business, mental and emotional intelligence, MyFundedFutures, risk management, the whole nine. Any type of questions, any type of information is, I'm heading over to chat to answer it now. Let's take a look. Hey, Ash, how do you define the draw on liquidity before entering a unicorn? So for me, I hop onto the daily chart. The daily chart is where I get my bias. In my opinion, bias and draw on liquidity mean the same exact thing, right? So bias is your opinion of where price is moving. Draw on liquidity is the thing that price is moving towards. So in my opinion, those two things mean the same thing. For me, I get onto the daily chart. I look at swing highs, swing lows, and FVGs. Okay? When price is located at a swing low or a bullish FVG, I have a bullish bias, right? So the draw on liquidity would be higher. When price is above a swing high or inside of a bearish FVG, I would have a bearish bias. So, for example, to identify the draw on liquidity, it's very clear here that the last thing NQ did was sweep a swing low. That would give me a bullish bias. So the draw on liquidity would be higher. Okay. Second thing is cracks in correlation. So after I create a bias, I then look for a crack in correlation, right? SMT, right? A divergence. That is the thing that price is telling me it's time to engage with that idea being your bias, right? So you can see here that NQ took out this swing low, and at the same exact time, ES did not take out this swing low. So you're looking at bullish SMT within a bullish bias. That tells me that the draw on liquidity is higher. Okay, so how do I determine the draw on liquidity? That is a full explanation. Looking for a bias on the daily chart. Once I get a bias, I look for a confirmation. That confirmation is SMT. Okay? Very good question. Very, very good question. Hey, Ash, who do you think will win tonight, Eagles or Cowboys? I'd put my money on the Eagles. Cowboys haven't been too good in quite some time. Jerry Jones is more concerned with making money than, building a team. How Dallas is just having a rough year. Like, how are you going to get rid of Luka and Micah in the same year? Two of the biggest athletes in Dallas get traded out. That's just not a good look. That's not a good look. Clearly, they want money. They don't want a championship. And the Eagles have been really good for the past couple of years. So I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles come in and do a good job tonight. Do you have a bread and butter setup? Yeah, it's the unicorn model. I have free information on my YouTube. If you want to head over to my YouTube, there's a unicorn model playlist, right? So here's my @ right here. If you search @_Ash_trades_ on YouTube, that is my YouTube page. You will see a playlist called the unicorn model. That is my bread and butter setup. How would you define your risk management with a live account? Dividing your drawdown by 10, taking 1 trade a day maximum. All right, so if you have, we'll do both ends of the spectrum. If you have 2K of drawdown to start with, then $200 of risk per trade at 1 trade a day maximum is how I would define the risk. I look for a 1 to 2 risk to reward. So if you start with a live account that has $2,000, I would only be risking $200 per trade. I would only risk 1 trade per day. And when I'm risking, I would want to see you exchanging $200 for $400, right? 1 to 2 risk to reward. Same exact thing goes for compounding, right? When you get to grow that account, right? Now let's say you have a 40K balance. Well, divide 40K by 10, right? So risking $4,000 per trade, 1 trade a day, looking for 1 to 2 risk to reward, right? So you'd want to risk 4,000 to make 8,000. Okay, so that is how I would manage the risk. That's how I would define my risk management. 20 SMA, decently over the 200 on the 2 minute. So, hey, that's 3 things looking good. Yeah, I mean, I'm bullish. So just to give a little insight on where I think price is going, we've already provided a bias throughout the week, and this was it here. Ooh, now I have pink boxes. Let's go back to black here. This was the bias I provided for everybody. This is what I'm looking at. We have a FVG providing support for higher prices. We have SMT at the lows. So in my opinion, I am bullish. I am looking for price to move to new all-time highs. Okay, so that's my bias. I don't even need to go over to NQ. NQ is the correlated asset. It should be moving the same at the same time. Do you ever use YM to compare NQ for SMT? No, you can see over here, I don't even have YM on my watch list. I focus on ES and NQ. It's the only 2 things I focus on. I have oil and Dixie on here. That's only because my Discord communities have asked me to analyze those. I don't trade Dixie. There's been very rare amount of times that I've traded oil. All of my focus is on ES and NQ. In my opinion, less is more. All you need is 1 or 2 things that you need to get really good at. So trying to track, 20 different assets, right? Like if your watch list looks like this, it's going to be really hard to track 20 different things, right? There's information overload could really hold you back. Okay. In my opinion, you only need 1 or 2 things. And those 1 or 2 things for me is ES and NQ. How do you choose the time frame to find the unicorn on? Your data should show you that, right? So some people are better at executing the 1-minute chart. Some people are better at executing the 5-minute chart. We are going to be unique to our own trading experiences because we are our own individuals. So you might execute better on the 1-minute chart compared to how I execute on the 1-minute chart. The way that you will know that is by collecting data. Right? Like, are you showing up to the market and are you documenting every day? Are you journaling every day? And even after journaling, are you reviewing that information? Right? So for example, if you have a year's worth of data and you look at your win rate for 1 minute trades, right? The 1 minute chart. And your win rate on the 1 minute chart is a 10% win rate. And then you look at your data for the 5 minute chart, and your win rate on the 5 minute chart is a 50% win rate. It sounds pretty clear that you should be executing on the 5 minute chart then, right? Your data shows you that. Conviction comes through experience. Put the time in, collect the data, and you'll have those answers. I just lost my spot. Give me a second. After the 1 hour BISI got rebalanced, how do you determine which time frame to watch for the uni? Usually I pair the 1 hour with the 5 minute. Okay, so I did just answer that for the prior question. Again, look at your own data. The time frame that you best execute on will tell you which time frame to look at, right? So go and collect a year's worth of data of the 1 minute entry functions. Go and collect a year's worth of data of 5 minute entry functions. See which one has a better win rate. Then you'll know which one you should be looking at. Ash, in the weekly, there's bearish SMT. What assets are you looking at? In my opinion, I don't even look at the weekly. The daily is my bias. The hourly is my medium time frame. And then I execute on the 1 or the 5. Just lost Parsons too. Yeah, Micah Parsons, right? I believe I said Micah. Yeah, Micah Parsons and Luka Doncic. That, like, how are you going to trade away your best athletes? Like, are we trying to win or are we trying to make money? Like, come on. I'm not a Cowboys fan anyways. I'm actually a Rams fan. So, best show on turf, if anybody remembers. Best show on turf. How to jump in continuous trend. There's many different ways. Let's see if that bull flag ever played out. Ooh, the false breakout. Probably would have been an L for the bull flag traders there. Right here. What we were looking at earlier. Bull flag broke out. And now it's looking like it was a false breakout because it did not continue to the target. It's dang bull flags. How many contracts do you start with typically? It depends on the risk, right? How much drawdown do you have? How many points to invalidation is it? Right? If your amount of points to invalidation is 10 points and you're looking to risk $200, then go ahead and grab one contract of NQ because 10 points at one contract of NQ is $200. So you have to look at the amount of points that it is to invalidation, and then you have to understand how much money you're willing to risk that day. Ash, if price bounces off a zone where there's no FVG or swing present, how would you confirm the change in bias? I would not change the bias, right? If you can't identify the information the way that you read information, do nothing. Have no bias, right? Why? If you can't clearly and definitively define something, don't force yourself upon price. Just sit back and wait. Just be patient until you can. Wait until you get information that you can identify. NVIDIA needs to chill. What is NVIDIA doing? Let's take a look. NVIDIA had that same downtrend breakout. Makes sense. NVIDIA holds a lot of weight in the market. So it makes sense that when NVIDIA breaks out, so is NQ and ES. Right? If anybody understands the importance of how much these things weigh within the market, meaning NVIDIA or Apple or Meta or Amazon or Tesla, when those things are moving, that's going to play an impact on NQ or ES. So chat, if you're finding any value from the stream, if you're finding any value from all the giveaways that we're doing, if you're finding any values from the hosts, the special guests that we have, do us a favor, sub to the channel, like the video, turn the notifications on. We continue to keep working and learning every single day. We're going to be here tomorrow. We're going to be here next week. We'll be here next month. We're going to keep relentlessly working and learning every single chance we get. Got another 10 minutes with you all before the next segment. So let's get our prediction into. I have to say, chat's been doing really good with the predictions. Let's see. ES already made a new high here. This is lots of chop, man. All right, so I don't know what would the prediction be today, because it looks like we already made a new high day here on ES. We'll do NQ. Can NQ follow ES? Will NQ make another new high day? Yes or no? Yes or no, chat? Are we going to go above this line? Yes or no? Will NQ make another new high day? Yes or no? Will the bulls stay in control here? Can we continue higher? A lot of yeses so far. Okay. Okay. A lot of yeses so far. Very good. I'm going to go back, or if somebody else wants to farm this for us, go and check our predictions. Because if I remember correctly, we have been on point with these predictions as of recently. Come on, give us the new high day while we're here with stream. That would be even better. Chat is always right. No, here, life lesson. The only person that is always right is wifey. Wifey is always right. Another life lesson. If wifey asks you to do something, always say yes. Happy wife, happy life. Abhishek. Hint, hint, Abhishek. Hopefully you're hearing that one. You can be right or you could be happy. Yeah. Yep. All right, come on, NQ. Give us a new high day before my segment ends here. Do us all the favor. ES leading the way. In my opinion, it makes complete sense, right? We already analyzed the bullish SMT, right? Long the stronger pair, short the weaker pair. It makes complete sense that ES is leading the way versus NQ. So I wouldn't be surprised if ES goes to new all-time highs first. Oh, let's go, chat. I think we all know what that means. 50 free resets using code imbalance50. Imbalances, plural. 50 free resets using code imbalances50. Who's going to get one? Who's going to get one? Imbalances50 is the code. Let's see it, chat. Throw a W in chat if you got one. Who got one of the giveaways? Who got one of the giveaways? Throw a W in chat if you did. Throw a W in chat if you got one of the giveaways. Congratulations to anybody that did. And is that the new high day? W for chat as well. I mean, they right to the tick. We need to start tailing chat. I'm telling you, if you go farm these predictions, chat continues to be right. Maybe chat should be the signal service. Maybe that's what we need to do, chat. How about during my segment, you guys tell me how to trade? How does that sound? What if you guys pick the model, right? Trendline trade, unicorn, inversion. How about this? You guys pick the trade. You guys pick the direction. I trade it. What do you think? Yay or nay? Yay or nay? Only if it's eval. I'll guarantee you I'm not risking my live account on that. We would have to do something else there. I'm not giving you guys my live account. That's for sure. You guys pick the trade and I take it. Should we start doing that? No faith in chat. No. When you guys start getting me payouts, then I'll have a lot of faith. But we got to start at ground zero. We got to start from the bottom here. Ash, how much would you risk? Once again, dividing the drawdown by 10 would be the amount per trade. Same thing. Doesn't change. Coupon not found when I type it in. Yeah, there's over 600 people here. There's only 50 to give away. So people use the coupon. When there's no more coupons, then there's no more available. So we'll have to be just a little bit quicker than that. Yeah, here's the key for that. When you hear the music starting, get ready to apply the code. The music is the key. That's the alert. That's the signal. Music is the key. Ash on piano. Got long from 506. W. Very good job. 506. Looks like you're up 40 points. Very good job. So mad today, lost 460 bucks. I highly suggest you detach your emotions from the outcome. You should not get mad when you lose. You should not get euphoric when you win. You have to remain objective. Detach your feelings from the outcome. That way you can focus on the process. Leave your feelings for your family and your friends. When it comes to trading, you have to be emotionless. Right? Because if you're mad, it sounds like you might now go in, trying to revenge trade, trying to get that money back. And that is how you blow up. So, in my opinion, you should not have any feelings about the emotion, about the outcome. Just look at every single opportunity as a learning opportunity. Okay? Chat with the prediction. Once again, another new high of day. Chat's going to be the new signal bot. I'm going to set it up. All right, chat. Last minute for me. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. He's got a lot of value to share with you all. I just want to make sure that everybody is aware we have non-farm payroll tomorrow morning. Okay? First Friday of every single month, you have non-farm payroll. It is one of our largest volatility drivers. Please be aware of that. Okay? A lot of accounts, you're not allowed to trade the news. And even if you are allowed to trade the news, I'm here to tell you that's the worst time to get something wrong. Do not think of that as an opportunity to hit a home run. That's a very bad idea. Okay, so please be aware of the news that's going to happen tomorrow morning. All right? Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage. Thank you all for your time. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. I will see you all tomorrow. Let's hand the mic over to Tom.
Hey, everyone. Oh, is that okay? We're here again. The same hour every day. What's up? Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Welcome. Good to see you, everybody. Thank you, Ash, first of all. This was, again, amazing. Such a great value, as always. I just cannot say that enough, how much I enjoy listening to his segment. I mean, as usual, I always catch the last 30 minutes, but that's just so awesome. So thanks again, Ash. And hey, Magnus. So it's just great to be here. How's everybody? What's up? Oh, yeah. And special hello to the mods and hosts. Hello to Magnus, Danny, Abhishek. I don't know if he's here or anyone, but I just, trying to figure out who's here. But anyway, all the hosts and mods. Headache is gone. Headache is gone completely. 100% recharged. All is good. I'm going to do, this is the new bedtime story ASMR microphone. Exactly. Exactly, John. This is how it's going to be from now on. Get ready. Let's go, everyone. So, how was the day? I must say that this was quite an interesting 9:30 open, right? It was. We need to hear the volume weighted average price on that microphone. Well, I can say it, but I don't know. I don't know if I should, do we really need to do that? Is it going to be the normal routine? I can see that right now. Sometimes I do. But currently this is not my department. So obviously, Magnus is the wizard, I think, right now. So I'm not sure who else could help you guys. But yeah, what's happening? Tell me, where's the market going? Any good trades so far? Anyone is in the green, in the red? Hopefully you guys are printing the money, right? It may push lower, Raphael is saying. Okay, let's just go over some storytelling on the charts, right? Yesterday we talked about storytelling, and I know you guys love that segment, and I know you guys love that topic. So today we're gonna do some more storytelling. Why not? That's what we're gonna do. More storytelling, of course. But first, we need to see what happened. Obviously, I will be super quick on the recap of how I'm looking things right now from my standpoint, obviously. Yes, we do. All right. I'm going to say it and then we can move on. Weave up. All right. Weave up. Okay, let's move. So what happened here? MSG, what's up? I don't know about that, Gabor. So, yes, I knew. That's what I did it, basically. I hope you can focus now, all right? Oh, your frustration is gone. So let's just move on, all right? Let's go. So what happened really here? London session was terrible for me. Obviously. I mean, it was. I was so attached to this zone, and this is also an error, basically, as we call it, married to the idea. If you get married to the idea too much, you just can't. It's just hard to accept that the market is still going to the other way, and this is exactly what happened with me. Trying to keep it simple. Thank you. Ash is here. Hey, I hope the same to you as well. Yeah, definitely. Ash, as I said, I'm lurking in the background. Usually, I stop my stream around 11, and I always immediately jump into your segment, and I'm always listening while I'm preparing. Lots of value, everyone. So, just a quick story here, and one of the main errors that I still like. It's just hard to get over this. Like, I do this over and over. Like, I get married to the idea and I just can't let go. I can't let go the idea that this market should be going to that zone. First of all, what the heck is this zone right here? This is just a 1 minute demand zone. But what makes it more exciting is that, again, this was created by the Asia low, or at the Asia low. All right. So, I'm not going to read that comment. So let's just zoom into yesterday, actually Asia session, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to zoom in on the 1 minute chart here, and this is what I'm talking about. 8 p.m. I know this is like not a strong bearish candle here, but it's still bearish. I checked it on the mini as well. And it pushed lower, swept some liquidity here, which is fine. And then a very strong push higher. Look at this strong movement here at the Asia Open. Market structure shift at multiple places, actually even here. So multiple market structure shifts was definitely a strong move. Anyway, this made it a possible zone that I really liked, especially after this reversal here. There was a market structure shift still during the Asia session, and a demand zone got taken out completely here. So I was like, okay, I think the narrative should be still bearish. And after this drop, I was like, okay, it just has to go. It just has to go. So I entered aggressively after 2 inversions here on the 1 minute chart. It was actually before I started the stream, but I entered a short position. Actually, I was even too late. So I entered there, and as you can see, my stop was a little bit higher here. It just went up, and I just couldn't accept it. I re-entered again, and it just kept on going higher. I mean, this was such a perfect level during the London session. I just couldn't let it go. And this is the only way you can get out of a situation like this. And I'm going to go back to the 5 minute chart now. The only way you can get out of a situation like this is if you have some sort of a like loss limit, definitely. Like, it has to be some sort of a mental stop loss Obviously no daily loss limit at MyFundedFutures, which is awesome, but you just gotta have some sort of a P&L limit. Like, okay, if I'm down like $500 or $600 or 2 or 3 trades, I just have to stop. Actually, I violated my own rule because I think I managed to jump in 3 times into this short. I can't even remember why I did that. So I got taken out everywhere. Anyway, then I was just waiting throughout the day, and at the 9:30 open, and as you can see, if I extend the same zone here, at the 9:30 open, everything finally made some sense. This was the first presentation gap. I know everybody loves it. Right here, it's not picture perfect, but that was it. First presentation gap. All I did, I waited for the sweep up there, and then waited for some sort of a strong rejection. Now, this candle closed lower than the first presentation gap. That was enough for me on a bit of a retracement. So I entered on a short, and obviously we went to TP, which was nice. But, I lost 3 trades and 1 winner. The risk to reward ratio obviously did not cover all my losses for the day, but at least the moral victory was good. And this is exactly one of those examples which I was telling you guys about. I was talking about the scorecard. I was talking about how you can actually do the journaling or do the reflection at the end of the day. Like, you got to ask yourself, was my analysis correct? Yeah, the analysis was correct. The zone got taken out, but at what cost? At what cost, obviously. Was my risk management somewhat good? Yes, it was, but I went down a couple of $100 in the London session, and I only managed to, recoup some of it on this trade. So, but anyway, as long as you follow your game plan, as long as you follow the analysis, as long as you follow your level, your levels that you up, as I said, it can be a pivot point, it could be a zone, it could be support resistance, whatever it is, a fair value gap, whatever. As long as you follow the plan, that's all that matters. But anyway, this is what happened so far. And it was just interesting to see how this demand zone got taken out, and now the market just reversed and going higher. In my opinion, ES is the driver. Yeah, it's exactly. So 64.81, we were watching this level, the 64.81 on ES. And this is exactly why I switched to the 15-minute time frame on ES. And let's see. Friday, August 29, 8:30. Push here to a fair value gap, picking liquidity and then pushing the market down. The same situation happened on NQ as well. Anyway, I think ES wants to go back into this level. This is actually a picture perfect level in my book. I do love this. This is an absolutely picture perfect 15-minute supply zone up there. I'm not saying it's going to happen right now, but as soon as ES started to recover, I was like, okay, again, NQ is the driver. ES is the driver, NQ is shotgun. So I would be watching ES closely throughout the rest of the day, or even tomorrow. Tomorrow is NFP, of course, we know that. And yes, we all know the catchphrase, don't trade on NFP week. NFP week is, it's not for trading. Yes and no. Yes and no. And so you can go over what I have in scorecard. Oh, yeah. The scorecard thing. So yeah, we're going to go over that in a second. Yeah, I'm gonna go over that in a minute. Let's just see how this goes. And I think it was a very important topic. So, what is the likelihood we hit the 6,500 before lunchtime? 6,500. Let me check it. You know what? 0. No, I don't know. It's the 15-minute before lunchtime. I don't know. But you know what? the 94 level is an order block. I'm very confident at this moment, at this point, especially after ES making a continuation here and obviously taking out some of these swing highs on the left. Look to the left. Like, it's so obvious that ES just wants to go into the zone. I'm not sure about the psychological levels. Obviously, those are magnets as well. And you know, the good thing is that the 6,500 level is inside of the zone. So it's right there. Actually, you know what? Oh my gosh. I'm just seeing this. Do you guys seeing this? This is amazing. Look at the midpoint of the zone. It's at 6,500. Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. It's 6,500. All right. ES is definitely okay. There goes ES. So 6,500 is calling. Can you hear it whispering? Can you? Push the button. Just push it. Just one more push. You know, it's calling you. Anyway, I'm not sure if it's going to go there, but obviously it's not random. I think it's definitely not random. And I do think that that's quite an important level. So not financial advice. Don't push the button. All right. So as long as that's going to happen, and you go to the 15-minute on NQ, and we're going to go to the scorecard thing as well. I'm going to put on a video on my channel about that too, because I think we just nailed that topic. That topic is just super important. And I think I have it somewhere in my documents so I can actually go over the topic again. Yeah, so 23,631 is the somewhat same level on NQ. So less than 100 points on NQ. But ES is going to get there first, right? That's what's going to happen. I know. I sound like Liam Neeson. Yeah. You know, I don't have money, but I do have skills. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you are. I don't have money, but I do have a certain skill set. I will find you and I will teach you to trade. Actually not. So yeah, so let's just this is what I think. It's quite amazing how we're going there, by the way. I have a special set of skills. Oh, I will find you and I will make you use the volume weighted average price. Yeah. I said it only once. I mean, I said it once. That's enough. All right. I don't have money. I'm not rich, but I have a certain number of skills, you know. So whoever you are, wherever you are, I will find you and I will teach you how to use the zones. All right. So anyway, let's just move on. We're getting sidetracked here. So let's just go. Oh man. I have to find, where was the scorecard thingy? I think it's here. I think it has to be here somewhere. Anyway. $1 every time? Of course. Let's do this. I can do that. Actually, I'm going to be super rich. I'm going to be super rich. Yeah. All right. Core is one of the best accounts, especially since you have 5 accounts. Oh, yeah. Core account is definitely a great. I have Core account as well. I have a Core funded account now. You know, guys, last month, it happened actually. Last month, I blew up my Core funded account. Honest story, true story. You know, I'm talking from my own experience. Last month, I blew up my Core funded account. Yeah, it was an interesting day. I'm going to tell you a secret. Please do not tell anyone. Today, I heard some rumor that I could actually pay the reset fee. I know it's $199. Sue me for it. I did a reset on my core funded account. It's a business expense, all right? Before everybody is throwing rocks at me, it's a business expense. I resetted my core funded account because I want to try again. I want to give myself a fair chance again on that core funded account. And I know it's 190. Oh, should I have not told this? But anyway, I did that. All right. So I'm going to keep you guys, updated about the situation. Obviously, the goal is right now to build up much more buffer. So the problem on the first circle is that on the first round is that I did not build up enough buffer. Okay. And when I took a payout, because I took a payout from it, I left with a very small buffer anyway. Long story short, I'm going to give it a fair shot again. All right. I decided, I bite the bullet. I just went in. I mean, $199 for a core account reset. Oh, man, I have to drink on it. And don't worry, it's just multivitamin. So anyway, I did it. I bite the bullet. I went in. I think it's absolutely a good price. Anyway, I have a very good topic for today, but the scorecard thing. Yeah, it's business expense. I do have a business, so let's just go into this. And by the way, if you have any questions about the setups or risk management or whatever, just let me know. Okay, let me know, and we'll stop by and I'll try to answer without the Liam Neeson topic, of course. That's multivitamin. Just saying. Yeah. So, hold on. I almost forgot to check something. Okay. About the scorecard. We talked about this, one of the big mistakes is we judge ourselves by the profits and the losses, right? So, hey, Jay, what's up? Good to see you too. Thank you. So we always make the judgment according to our profits and losses, right? And the problem with that is if we are so much attached to the profits and the losses, that's going to ruin the confidence. The greatest asset that we have in trading is the confidence. I said this many times, right? Right? Of course. I'm just saying that with the scorecard system, which I'm going to do again, a totally separate video on my channel. With this kind of system, I think you can turn the red days around super easily. Really, even after a red day, you can end up in the green. I'm just going to go quick on this one because I think I did get this question a couple of times since that came up on the streams. And, it's actually super easy. Okay. Yeah. Why does it matter? Obviously, I know. We all know that the P&L is a lagging indicator, right? Because, randomness is affecting the outcome. That's the problem. But the process is basically a leading indicator. And that's why we got to work on the process. Okay. It shows whether your edge is being executed properly. I mean, so without tracking your process, and that's why I'm not necessarily saying you have to write like a big journal, but you got to track your process somehow. So if you're tracking it, you can basically tell if you're improving something, or you're just randomly clicking. And that's why the scorecard system, I think it's a great thing. Okay, the edge isn't the result. What you achieve today is basically the consistency, and that's why we need to work on the consistency. So on a scorecard, there are some questions, simple questions that you need to answer and every day. especially if you're new in trading, especially if it's hard for you to digest and to, or go over those red days. If you're having trouble with that, and to just take the next step on the next day, the scorecard system is definitely helping. So it's very simple. Yes and no answers. A yes answer is basically a 1. A no answer is a 0. Okay. And there are basically 10 questions. Okay. 10 questions. If you answer with a yes, you just put a number 1 next to the question. If it's a no, you just put a 0. It's very simple. Number 1 question, pre-market preparation done? That's the question. Did I do the pre-market preparation? Yes or no? You can later rewind this section, so I'm not going to stop here. So yes or no, right? Super important. Only traded setups in my plan? Yes or no? Super simple, right? Only traded setups in my plan. Be honest with yourself. You have to be honest, because, it's for you to improve. So only traded setups in my plan. 1 is a yes, 0 is a no. Third question. Did I wait for a confirmation? Confirmation as if like a certain level or a certain context that you're waiting for, which is part of your system. I'm not going to go into the details right now because I said we already went through this. But I'm going to, if you follow me up on my channel, I promise you guys, I'm going to do a video about this in a few days. All right. It's going to be a little bit longer and detailed. So did I wait for the confirmation? 1 is a yes, 0 is a no. Fourth question, position sizing within the rules. So basically, did I do the position sizing within my rule set of risk? For example, if you're deciding like, okay, I'm going to risk like $200 on a trade. Okay, but you put your stop loss somewhere on the chart. Did I chose the proper position size? And I'm just talking about micros as well, especially if we're talking about $200 of risk, just an example. So did I do the proper position sizing or by the rules? Yes or no? So 1 or 0. Fifth question, did I place a stop loss? Or you can ask this still as the fifth question, did I predetermine my stop loss when I entered the trade? Which means when you entered the trade, did you already know when you entered, where are you going to put your stop loss? 1 is a yes, 0 is a no, right? So that's basically the fifth question. If you put on a trade without even predetermining your stop loss, that's basically, if the answer is no, then your previous answer should be no as well, because you didn't use a proper risk, right? So number 4 and number 5 actually comes hand in hand, right? So that's number 5. Number 6, did you take profits according to the plan? Number 6. Or did I take the profits according to the plan? It could be partial profit. It could be a full TP. It could be a 1-to-1 risk to reward. Whatever is the risk to reward ratio, whatever is your profit taking plan, maybe even putting it to break even. So for example, if your risk management is to put the trade to break even at a certain level or at a certain risk to reward ratio, and it takes you out at break even, that's actually a winner. Okay, so last time I think we didn't talk about this. So again, let me say this. Did I take profit according to the plan? And taking profit according to the plan can also be a break even if that's part of your risk management process. Okay. 565, let's see. So 1 is yes, 0 is no. Whichever it is that you choose to do, but did you do it? Okay, so that's number 6. Number 7, no revenge trades. I had no revenge trades today. So the answer should be a yes, because that's a sentence. So, or you can ask yourself, no revenge trade. So if you did no revenge trading, that's a 1. If you did revenge trading, that's a 0. Okay, because that's a come on. Vice versa. I mixed it up because you have to get the good answer is 1 point. Okay. No revenge trading as a sentence means today I had no revenge trading as a yes. So that's a 1. Sorry, I'm just mixing it up. So if you had the revenge trade, that's a 0. And I'm feeling lost anyway. So today there was no revenge trading. You put a yes as a 1, 0 as a no. If that's a 0, obviously you did some revenge trading. So number 8, respected the daily loss limit or trade cap, which means also in profit wise. Okay. You hit 51.1. Let's go, Abyss. So did I respected the daily loss or profit cap? So, for example, your loss limit is $500 on a funded account or evaluation account, doesn't matter. Did you step away from that account? Even if you can't step away from the computer, even if you don't have a sledgehammer to destroy your screen and you just jumped into another account, did you leave that account alone? So did you respect your trade cap? Let it be a loss, max loss, or a profit level. For example, your trade cap would be like $500 in the plus as well. If you made $500, like, why the heck would you continue to trade on that specific account, right? So that's number 8. There's a number 9 here. I wrote it down as, did I log down my trades? But you can ask yourself, like, did I do a reflection on my trade setup? Which means you can choose any specific trade throughout the day that you made, and you analyze it like, okay, what happened in this trade? Just one single trade. If you had 5 trades, okay, but at least choose one single trade to reflect on it. You don't have to write it down if you're lazy. I'm sorry. You can make a screenshot perhaps, but the number 9 question would be, did I do a reflection on any of my trades today? At least one. 1 is a yes, 0 is a no. Okay. And finally, that would be like, obviously the same question. I call it shutdown routine. Shutdown routine is basically doing the journaling. So did I do the shutdown routine? Shutdown routine is also reflecting, analyzing. When I'm finished with the market, when I'm finished with the day, do I look back at the end of the day and summarize? Basically, it's the same thing, reflecting on not just one single trade, but did you do a self-reflection of what happened with you and the market? Like, you just sit back, it only takes a minute, like, okay, so what happened today? This went there, I did a stupid thing here, or maybe I did a very good trade here. This happened and the market took me out. And, it's basically takes only 1 or 2 minutes, a bit of a meditation. And that's number 10. That would be number 10. Okay. So that's the 10-point scorecard. All right. And that's why I said it like, we all know that every edge is basically having peaks and valleys, right? And even if you followed up with your plan, so you followed the risk management, you entered 3 trades in a row. I'm not in a row, but you waited for the proper setup. Obviously, no revenge trading. You waited for the setup. You entered 3 trades throughout the day, and all of the trades were losses. You applied everything perfectly. You applied the proper risk management. You did everything. Okay? Almost everything. But even if your score is about, like, from 10 points, you achieved like 7. Okay. Usually I would say 8, but if you achieve like 7 points, at least from those 10 points, okay, just at least 7 points. If you look at your scorecard and you just answer these questions at the end of the day, and you have 7 points at the end of the day, then rest assured you can sit back and you can assure yourself that you did everything. I'm not saying picture perfect, but you did everything right. You did everything what you could, but the market didn't really care. You played by the edge. You played by your rules. Sorry, not played. You traded by your rules. You traded by your edge. You went through the thought process. Everything. You did everything, but the market still took you out like 3 times in a row. Not in a row. You know what I mean. So, but you can say that I don't care. I'm still a winner. I'm still a winner because I did all this. The market now was my edge was in a valley, but I won actually. And you beat the market, by the way. You beat the market with this system. I'm telling you, I'm going to copyright this, everybody. I don't know what, but basically, you beat the market. This is one of the best ways because you know what you're achieving with this? You basically protected your confidence and your consistency and your conviction in your trading model with these simple questions. 10 simple questions. And there's nothing wrong with answering these questions. You can print it out for you. You can write it down into a document or whatever, to a file, and just answer it and just practice it. Because there's nothing wrong asking the same questions at the end. It's basically, it would be the part of the shutdown routine. By the way, small little information piece here. The 10th question, part of the shutdown routine is the scorecard. You get the scorecard. You can open it in a Word document or Google document, whatever, or even on a piece of paper. I'm old school. I'm a dinosaur. I have a notebook here, right here. So that's part of the shutdown routine. And you answer the questions. And you know what? Even after a week, just a few days of trading, whether you're in profits or maybe in a loss or maybe in break even, but you should still feel that positive confidence in your trading skill. Because if you did everything by the scorecard, you shouldn't be losing your account. Maybe you can be in a drawdown because, as I said, every edge has peaks and valleys. You could be in a drawdown, but, you know, daily 2 or 3 trades maximum, or 1 trade every session, you know, risking small, doing everything by the book, you should be still surviving the week with the same exact account without any reset, right? Or without buying a new eval or resetting your funded account now, right? So your confidence should be still there. Yes, it's not the best feeling, but man, I mean, the biggest asset that we have is our confidence in trading. Okay. You're welcome, Lewis, by the way. So that's the biggest asset, our confidence in ourselves and in trading, in our setup. That's the biggest asset that we are protecting. We are not protecting the biggest asset by full porting the account, blowing up evaluation accounts left and right, doing some, I'm going to say it, degen stuff like, you know, trying to scalp with maximum contract sizing. You know, that's just not it. I'm Batman. I said it. I'm Batman. So, anyway, I think it's super important. Yeah, I'm not gonna say that. I said it twice today. So this is what we're working for. Okay. We need to protect our confidence in trading. So yeah, you can go to Vegas if you want, but you know that's not the goal anyway. I think it's and thank you again for bringing this question. I'm definitely going to work on this more because, you know, it's super important. And, you know, what's happening. I'm going to check quickly on gold. I left the gold long. I have the gold trade. Nice. All right. I have a gold trade opened up and it just hit the TP. My TP was at 612. So it hit the TP. As you can see, by the way, just a quick pause here in storytelling. There is a zone here on the 5 minute, and I was in a gold long position earlier from my stream. My TP was at 612. So I got it. And there's another supply zone on the 5 minute up there. Nice. Okay. Or as Joey would say it in French, nice. So actually, I entered somewhere down here. I don't even remember why, but I entered. I think my entry was on the 1 minute, but this is the 5 minute chart. Super happy. Okay. So that was a good trade. Stick around, CJ. Yes, CJ, exactly. Help me push it. Yeah, what's happening with ES, by the way? What's happening with ES? Oh my God. We are going for the order block. Yeah, we're going. Okay, we're definitely going. Nice. Yeah. Almost trolled. All right. So let's get back to the previous conversation, shall we? Okay. I just love the scorecard system. And as I said, I'm going to do a video about it, like a much, much more detailed video, because there's a lot of small, the details, not just in trading, in life as well. Man, there's so many things in the details. Anyway, so about the storytelling. And yesterday we were talking about the storytelling, how to tape read. But actually, as I said, tape reading also has like a different meaning. Luciano's, hey, the day so far so good in the green, I spent $200 on a core funded account reset. Yes, sir. But you know what? I feel this was a good business investment, right? It was a good business investment. I do like it. Anyway, with MyFundedFutures, it's now possible. All right. It's possible. So awesome. Anyway, I forgot what I wanted to say. So any questions regarding to this or the setup or technicals? Because I just want to talk real quick about yesterday we talked just a little bit about the tape reading process. I'm not just saying like the order blocks and order flow, the order flow and all that such. I'm talking about the narrative, okay? To understand the narrative, to understand, not like every single candle, but basically if we look into it, like every candle has a story, by the way. Have you ever thought about this? Every candle has some sort of a story. Content Hunter, sorry. What were you saying? I need to scroll back. Content Hunter. And don't call me Shirley. Yeah, Content Hunter. Hey. Hi, Tom. Good words. Thank you. Okay, what's the next question? Content Hunter, I don't see anywhere. Repeat the question. I didn't see that. Sorry. I'm not ignoring you. So, slight close. Yeah. I think ES is, it definitely seems like that ES wants to go up there. Man, look at this. I might going to put an alert somewhere around 93 just to see what's happening. So, come on. I really do that, Dabadik? Come on. Dabadik, don't say that. Anyway, about the narrative, as I said, like basically every candle has some sort of a story. Mo, good to see you too. So if you read the narrative and not just the typical tape reading, I think that's helping a lot. I had these questions a couple of times for sure. Like, okay, what was really what was those things that were helping me to get better? Obviously, number one was sizing down, right? Sizing down the positions, yes. Risk, less trades, less risk. We all know that. That's a standard. But when I started to go into reading the narrative of the market, like what it's really telling us now. Obviously, reading the narrative, I think it's almost the same like doing a fundamental analysis. Now, I don't know how many of you guys are doing fundamental analysis or how many of you are trading by fundamentals. Like, you're reading the news, from different markets and political news, geopolitical news, whatever. A fundamental trading or the fundamental stories can be also like different for everybody. We were talking about this with Matt the other week. Like, one of the reasons why I'm not really caring too much about the fundamentals, because the same thing is going on the technical side, which is we can read the same news, but we can have different narratives for the same fundamental story. It can be just a number. It can be an NFP number for tomorrow. It can be a CPI number. It can be something about the trade war. It can be something about Ukraine, whatever it is. I'm sorry to say this, but whatever it is, the market could be having absolutely unpredictable reactions as a day trader. In the big picture, of course, it's good to know. Like on the big picture, I'm saying like daily chart, weekly chart, monthly chart. But since our focus is on like in the AM session in New York, like we're focusing on like for 2 hours of a segment from the market, right? So we're basically zooming into the market, and the big picture stuff, which goes on in the big fundamental news, that's also cool. But I think throughout that 2 hours or 3 hours of session that we might be trading as day traders, fundamentals could be interpreted like, could be understood like many different ways. Like, as I said to Matt, like 10 different people could be reading the fundamentals and understanding the fundamentals in 10 different ways. Now, the same goes with technicals as well. So that's why I'm only focusing on the technical stuff. And that's why I'm sorry I told the story about the fundamentals. But what I'm trying to say, the same goes for reading the narrative from like not specifically each and every candle, but reading the narrative on the technical side in day trading, like you're reading the 5-minute chart, the 15-minute chart, the 30-minute chart, even the 1 hour chart, 4 hour, yes, but we're looking at the lower time frames. Now, most of the day traders are looking at lower time frames like 1 minute, 5 minute, 3 minute, whatever, 10 minute, 15 minute. We're looking at this. We need to also learn to read that narrative. What is going down there? Now, I know a lot of traders are saying there's nothing down there. It's just noise, right? We all heard that. We all heard it. Like it's just noise. But And the thing is, I can read this chart like what I think has happened so far on the 5-minute chart. I read it in one typical way, or I have a story. You might have a completely different story. What I'm trying to say is that start to do reading the narrative. Whatever it is going to be the story that you come out with by the end by that time that you sit down to trade and you take your setups, do everything according to that. Okay. So yes, I was attached to the shorts right here. I wanted to go short all the time, but I did not have any single narrative to go here and to take a long position. I had nothing. Absolutely nothing in my storybook to try to take a trade to the upside because I didn't see anything there. There was no specific level. That's why I keep saying over and over, like you have to have your key levels on your chart, right? And yes, we're going to do the bedtime story ASMR. After Matt's section, I will be back and doing the bedtime stories. Oh, yeah. Anyway, just read it. Come up with the story. Put on your key levels. Read the narrative the way you learn to read it. Obviously, there are some simple patterns that it's easy to understand, like a fair value gap, a swing high, or an order block, or whatever, or a support and resistance zone, supply demand zone. It's not that difficult. Don't overcomplicate it. I'm just saying that by the time you sit down to trade, it can be, the London session. When I sit down to trade at the London session, obviously I go back and I'm trying to check out what happened during the Asia session. That's the first thing I do. Like, okay, what did Asia do? Oh, Asia went up there and swept this high. Oh, nice. Okay, then it went down. Okay, picked up some liquidity. Okay, then it's trying to push it back up there, but it's not really nothing up there. But so anyway, there was this drop at 2 a.m. So I'm certain that this is going to go down to the demand zone. Eventually, it did go down, but not the way I wanted it to go down. But that's not the market's fault. It is what it is. It's part of trading. It's part of the business, basically. It's a business cost. I've paid a few $100s in simulated funded capital to being able to catch this move to the demand zone. And obviously it wasn't really a good investment for my business here. Eventually, of course, it went down. But my scorecard should be absolutely okay with this. Not too perfect because I did revenge trade here. So actually there was at least one revenge trade. So it's not going to be 10 out of 10. But anyway, Debadeep, I can sell you a BMW. Yes, I can sell a BMW. Anyway, I'm in the search for a 1999, maximum 2000, but 1999, 98 or 97 BMW Z3 2.8 manual gearbox, wide body, okay, everything. So I'm in the search. I'm searching for it. That would be something I need to look for. All right. Anyway, buying ES, yeah. So, as I was saying, I completely forgot what I wanted to say. Have the narrative by the time you sit down, and if it's the New York session, by the way, that's the easiest part. When you sit down during or pre-New York, that's basically the easiest because you also see what happened in London. You also see what happened in Asia session. And obviously this year is kind of crazy, but you still have some sort of like if you sit down here at 9:20 and do your pre-analysis, obviously you would have survived this technically chop, like trying to go down into that demand zone. And finally, boom, it just took it. But anyway, just an idea. Z3, yes. I'm sorry, I'm a dinosaur. So anyway, it's a long story, LG, so I just can't explain. So, thank you, Guardian. Thank you so much, man. If you guys have questions about this, let me know, by the way. As I was saying, it is super important to understand this and why storytelling is important. Obviously, candles are basically, we all know the characteristics like, buyers, sellers, market makers, everybody in the place. Do you want to see three people? yeah, exactly. I mean, helpful. I mean, you just basically, that's it. That's why I wanted. So, yes. All right. So usually, before you do that, by the way, and I'm still talking about the storytelling part, you definitely want to mark the stage, right? As I said, before you sit down, mark up your levels. I already said that, supply, demand, previous day high, previous day low. Yeah, we talked about this. And that stage is basically going to help you to tell what's happening. If you don't have any of these key levels, like the bare minimum, which I would be writing down on the chart, or put on the chart, is like preview. I do this every single session, like especially in London when I start. I'm the market hunter, yeah. So previous day high, previous day low, super important. The midnight level as well. Eastern Standard New York time is what I'm using. Previous day high and low, midnight, supply and demand zones. These are super important. Asia high, Asia low, and you know what? London low could be good too. That could be good too if it has not been taken out in the early New York session. I mean, early New York kill zone already. That's also very important. And I know ICT fans liking the new week opening gap and new day opening gap. That's also kind of cool. But no more than that. Okay, that's more than enough. More than enough. All right. Exactly. That's what I am, Wyatt. Exactly. So you don't need more than like 5 or 6 different levels, including, both on, on the upside and the downside. It's more than enough. As I said, I have, yes, there could be multiple zones or multiple support and resistance areas. Usually I try to go for the low hanging fruit in this case, whichever zone is closest. I'm trying to create some sort of a narrative. When I'm trying to enter a trade, I'm also building up some sort of a narrative, anticipating a story according to that level. So if this level would not have been taken out, obviously it's similar to the exit strategy what I was telling you guys yesterday, exit from the chop. I think there was a video which ICT made. It was called Building Bridges. I think it was something about the bridge. So you basically want to build the bridge to get to your target. And I think I just love this sentence. And this is just awesome. You need to have a target. Super important. If you have no target key level when you're doing your tape reading or narrative, you're doing your pre-analysis before the market. If you have absolutely 0 possible targets, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have a target on the upside as well. If you don't see a possible target on both sides, for example, if you only have a target on the downside but nothing on the upside, cool. You know what? I like it better because it makes it easier. It makes it easier if your target is basically, it's going to help you in your bias. You're going to be understanding your bias much better. Like, yeah, we talked about like daily bias. Is it going to go up? The Rocket Scooter fam is here. All right. Awesome. What do you think about to fill a 1 hour fair value gap on NQ? Hold on a second. 1 hour fair value gap on NQ. Is it going to fill it? It has a high chance because there's an order block up there. Look at that. Look at this. It has a high chance, but I don't know if it's going to go today. All right. That's what I think. It depends. If the volume is picking up in the PM session, there might be a chance to go even for the 600s. Round numbers are always good. Hey, Vox, what's up? So where was I? Oh, yeah. So if you don't have targets only on one side, so you only see a sell side liquidity level, which would be good. For example, this demand zone, but I don't see a proper supply zone, which is within the reach. Obviously, I'm also looking for the range of the day or the range of the previous days. That's also something that matters, but not crucial. I can already anticipate that, okay, this is the closest level. The market is closer to this level. So my game plan would be to try to take a short to this level. So my bias is going to be bearish. And yes, it took me out a few times here. Eventually, yes, it proved that I was right in this case, but it helps to decide your bias for the session. Maybe not for the day. I'm not saying you have to, especially if you're starting out in London. I'm not saying you have to start with a bias in the London session that I don't care what's going to happen. It's just 2 a.m. Eastern Standard before London Open. I'm just going to be bearish all day. I don't care. It's just going to go down and it's going up and up and up. This is not the way. I think, and I'm sorry, I'm not saying this because I want to debate anyone. I think the bias is shifting throughout the day. The bias is shifting according to certain levels. If certain level is being taken out, I cannot say that, okay, I'm still going to be bearish. I still think that this is just going to go lower. My demand zone got taken out, so I don't care. I'm still going to be bearish. No, it's shifting then. Okay, at least that's what I'm hoping for. If there's nothing below it. Okay, so if there's not, in this case, there is a 15-minute demand zone. But anyway, that doesn't necessarily mean, especially it has something on the buy side as well, that I'm going to stay with the same bias. Now I just steered away again. And again, no disrespect, no debate, nothing. This is just the way I'm doing it. Don't cry, Raphael. What's happening? What's up, everybody? The Rock Scooter fam is here already. What's the time, right? Jake, oh my God, holy baby Christ. 1 minute and 30 seconds to go on my end. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, I know. Okay, everybody's waiting for Celebrity Matt right now. Okay. Raphael, thank you. I know. I haven't seen a drop. But, I always say, stick around. I always say. Anyway, I'm super happy that we could go over again on the scorecard thing. This was just awesome. I'm very happy that we could talk about this again. And you know what? I'm gonna be coming back with the scorecard thingy soon. All right, because I truly believe that this can help to get through those red days. Okay, I do think so. We're going to go back into this thing. We have to fight those red days. We have to protect our confidence and our conviction in our trading model, okay? And one of the best ways to fight it is this, reflecting to ourselves with honesty. And this card thing, this is actually awesome, man. I like it. So what's the time right now? Yeah, I just want to say you guys are awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, the ladies as well, ladies and gents. I always say you guys, but I could say chat. Many people saying chat, but I like to say ladies and gents. Everybody is awesome. I am super happy that I can share all this information. And the vibes are absolutely positive. So, yeah, if you have any quick questions before Matt comes onto the stage, let me know. So I'm here for you guys. I'm going to be always, I don't have money, but I have a certain set of skills that I can find you and I can teach you how to use the order blocks. No, the supply zones. How does it say? I don't know who you are. I don't have money, but I have a certain set of skills. So I'm going to find you. And I'm going to teach you about supply and demand. All right. That's exactly what's going to happen. I know. That's what we're doing. So anyway, until Matt is arriving, let's just check on ES. I'm quite curious about this. Oh, look at that. ES pulled back a little bit. And we're down to 6481.5. Which is cool. Yeah, look at gold as well. So I'm happy about this because the order block reacted perfectly. Now, this is also not random. There was profit taking here. I do like the rejection from the midpoint here. So there's another one down there, not too perfect. So, yeah, we'll see. Yeah, it has a rejection here. So we have another one down there, but we have, I think gold could stay bullish. I'm just saying this for you guys because you like gold as well, I know. And I started to trade gold as well. Not too much, like 10% of the time. Maybe I'm going to scale it up to 20% of the time with my trades, but yeah. I like to trade gold. I know, I can't say I like to trade. But obviously, I said this, when you're looking at two markets, you're doubling your risk, right? I see two traders' worst nightmare. I am or gold. API. So, Repril, hey, good to see you. So, did I miss? Let's see. Yeah, so I try to pick up, and by the way, gold for me is technically is good when there is no movement in London session or in New York. That's when usually I turn to gold and try to see some sort of a pattern, developing. Maybe there's some solid movement. Also, I realized that even in Asia session, like gold can move, like not super, not a lot, but it can definitely move a little bit, So, it can happen. Matt is around, don't worry. He's still finishing up his sandwich. No, hey, I can stay all day. You guys don't like me or what? Come on. I can stay all day with you. And we can, just go to the next topic. Let's stay all day. All right. I know. Matt. Hey, Matt. We love you too, buddy. Matt, no, you can't. You can't say that to yourself. He's finishing up his sandwich, and he's counting the money, He has to do all the calculations. I told you guys. He's counting the money. Here he comes, everyone. Sing. Oh my, where's the shades? Jesus. I love the music. Man, I need this. Let's go.
What's up, guys? What's up, Tom?
Hey,
Man.
What's up, man?
We've had
Let's sing it.
crazy internet issues
No
all day
problem,
yesterday
man.
and today.
Yes. This song, man, I love it.
Chat. Lindsay's. Oh, yeah. Tom and I are brothers.
Let's go. W's in the chat for Matt, everybody. He's here, the man of the hour.
Oh,
So, did you forget to pay your bills or what happened?
Yeah, it blew up all my accounts. I needed some money. I had to go out and, find a side hustle to pay the internet bill. How
I
it goes.
knew it.
Dude,
all right.
It's crazy. 2
Crazy.
days of this. Yesterday, it was crazy. The stream just turns into like a slideshow. And apparently all of Houston is experiencing internet weirdness the last couple of days.
Oh my
give me
gosh.
a Starlink or something as a backup, but
Wow.
Trying to load up the website, load up the stream and everything, and it was just a nightmare all morning today. So it took me a while to finally get the MyFunded stuff loaded up. So I want to get that going.
Well, you got to have a backup plan for cases like this, right? But anyway, well, maybe some UFO attack or who knows what's happening. I don't know. But
yeah.
Anyway, how you doing today?
Not really, not too bad. I haven't done much. I took one opening stab. I actually made a mistake. I was longing when I started the morning in one account. That's it. Literally one contract, one account. And I was waiting for some A setups to trade. And then I made an oversight. I closed out when I should have held on and it would have been an okay trade. But other than that, I didn't touch all those big fat zeros off to the right. Have been sort of my day. How about yourself?
About the same. I mean, I got married to the idea that this market should just go down. So I was actually, trading the London session. I tried to short this market like 3 times, took me out 3 times with a stop loss. I was like, okay. So I gave it one more try after the New York Open. So finally it went down, but I still ended up in a slight red. But anyway, I'm stepping away from this. It's obviously it could be something to do with the NFP. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe the market is pre-pricing in, or I don't know what's it doing. No idea. No idea.
Did I freeze again during that, Tom? Whenever you were talking, I can see myself being back now, but you were like this.
I used
And
to
you were
do that
frozen for like a
myself. I
minute.
know I'm doing it on purpose, but you were okay. I mean, actually, as far as I can check your camera feed, I think it's all right. I think you're good. Yeah.
Very good.
So
Good. So
anyway.
the summary of that story, how'd you do with your trading? Because I didn't hear the hear the answer.
I wanted to short this market like 3 times in the London session. I had a zone down at the 440s. Anyway, it took me out 3 times with a stop. I was like, man. And finally, I shorted it again at the New York Open and I recouped some of the losses. But it was a difficult day for me, honestly. It was a difficult day. But yeah, it is what it is. So I'm just going to step away from this. My headache is good. Everything is gone. I feel recharged. Everything is great. So.
Oh yeah, that's right. How was you feel better? That's good because you had a headache yesterday.
You know why it was? There was a gray storm coming yesterday. So it was a storm here. And obviously I have a sense of that, or I don't know. I have a sense of feeling when there's a storm or something coming. So I think that was the issue. But anyway, I'm getting older. That's one of the signs. I'm getting old. That's the problem.
Like the old guy on the front porch. My knees acting up. The storms are coming.
Exactly.
Hey, round up the sheep. Get them in the pen.
Exactly. I think that's what's happening with me. Oh man, that's bad. That's
Storms
bad.
are brewing.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to capitalize on that, man. You need to figure out a way to bet on the weather or something.
Yeah, I'm going to open up another YouTube channel about this, and I'm just going to forecast the weather. That's what I'm going to do.
There you go. Like, I'll be buying natural gas futures if you could tell me in a cold front's coming.
yeah, that's what we do. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Thank you so much, chat and everybody. This was a great session. I'm glad we could talk about that topic again. And stay with Matt. Stick around. And Matt, as always, it's a pleasure. I wish you a great session, and see you tomorrow. Right?
Yes, sir. We'll see you. Hopefully.
All right. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, Matt. Hey. Ciao.
Appreciate that. What's up, guys? What's up, MyFundedTV? And thank you, Tom, for hanging in there for a couple of minutes. It's been crazy. If you guys if you're a big fan of, slideshows, you can watch my stream yesterday and today. It was good for most of the morning. And then it got to a point where it was like, I would buffer for like a minute. And then, essentially it was really bad. I hear that AT&T, which is my main primary internet, has been having issues throughout the city last couple of days. So nothing I can do to get around it, and except for go get me a Starlink or something. I need to get me like a backup internet. But either case, how you guys doing today? How's your trading day going? Do y'all have any luck in today's market? I made one trade and made a mistake because I wasn't paying attention. I longed the NASDAQ, and again, this is B setup. I always talk about the same setup that I get. It's called BLU B setup. This is the initial trade, which is long at the open. I can long at the open if this tells me that it's support, and that's based on this indicator down here. And the idea is I longed at the open and decided to stop out right here without paying attention to the S&P. I was longing in NASDAQ. When NASDAQ kind of broke through and started selling from here down to there, I was like, let me just stop out. But I wasn't paying attention because while NASDAQ's indicator was bad, S&P is good. And according to my rules, I need to hold on because S&P was good, and I should have held on for S&P to be a support off of the yesterday's close. But I overlooked it because sometimes on a stream, I overlook some of my signals because I'm just distracted or whatever. I make mistakes. I made a mistake today. So I just cut out early, but I did say I was going to do one contract and one account and just chill. And then if I got my A+ setups down here, I was going to long off of them. Other than that, I knew the market was probably going to inch forward and be slightly flat-ish. I don't like flat open days because it's sort of like you're just coin flipping anyways. So what I normally do is just take one trade in one account. And if it dips, that account was a sacrifice. Everything else is the win. And essentially that one account could have won had I not been distracted. But hey, it is what it is. I'm so happy because yesterday was like a 13K day. The day before was a 20K day. And then today was a minus 1,200 in one account. That's it. Everything else is flat, zero. All my props and my MyFunded accounts, 0, 0, 0. So I'm not really touching the market. Flat days with very little movement and very little signal. I don't really decide on big, strong positions out the open. I need to get some pivoting. I need to get some dips to play. this is just like yesterday. There wasn't really a lot of good setup. Yesterday, I had every trade I did yesterday on stream, morning and afternoon, and the one in MyFunded was a winner. You guys remember at the end of the day yesterday, I was shorting right towards the end of the stream, and I said, tune into my stream to see how it plays out. And this is where I was short right at the end of the day. You guys remember I had 5 micros and I got 5 more. And then I added some more in my stream total. I had probably 4 accounts I was in, and then that all won. And then here I decided to go long, and I actually pulled the plug on that before it took off. But I was like getting close to the end of the day. I figured I'll just close out and end up early, finishing up. And then it actually did rally. So I had a 100% win rate yesterday. It was pretty cool. I got lucky on all sides, and I was actually shorting most of the day. Today, nothing overnight, nothing until that one opening long that I decided to close out too early. Now, is this going to be a big rally day today? I don't really think so. The stocks all look decent. Not a lot of momentum, but basically still digesting what happened the last 3 or 4 days. You know, market's still kind of in that mode. But yeah, so it was impossible to enter something. What are you guys talking about? Oh, you're talking about the other thing. Okay. Why didn't I hold? Right. And that's just because I took a 40-point stop and called it, but I didn't adjust for the fact that S&P had a pivot nearby. So normally in NASDAQ, I go for 40-point stop, and I got in like right here in 93, and right at about like 50 or 40, somewhere in here is where I closed out. So I got in here and I just pulled the plug there, and then went down, then it went up, then it went down, and then it rallied. But I was too distracted to know that that's okay, that I should have held through it, because the S&P, the rule is on the gap fill on the close, if this white line is greater than 0 and this says support, I should long from the close, which I was looking at NASDAQ and I overlooked the signal. So I should have held, but he is what it is. My short bias because of the puts? No. Puts are 100% hedged, so I can continue to long. So the idea is I continue to long. If the market happens to die out, then I do have puts in case the market dies. But the puts are absolutely paid for, because my payouts in August were, I had like 70K. So I put 15 in the puts. So just a little tiny bit of the profits wins puts. But I'm not bearish the market. It's just in case the market does flip, I'm covered. Just at this one little junction. Yep. Well, I don't have both the charts in front of me because we don't have the feature yet in Rocket Scooter. We actually, that feature is about to come out in a couple of days, though, where I can do split screen charting and show both. So just got distracted yet. Yeah, but the rest of the day, I can promise you guys there's really not much I want to do. It's not bearish. There's no kind of short setup, but we're on the edge of my magic VIX number again. We have completely decayed right back into being flat on the line. Again, VIX is certainly not decaying rapidly like we want it to, just to get that strong bull market. We're still hovering the edge, which I don't like to see. It could be that today is okay, and then tomorrow's the big rally. We're still indecisive. 1692 VIX is kind of where we're hovering, and I hate being like basically spending a lot of effort betting on big volatility when there's, on big moves when there's not really, when you're on the edge of big volatility. So that's basically it, you guys. All right. Hold on one second. Let me be sure. Sometimes I'm curious if my internet's still frozen and you guys are frozen, or if it's just me. Let me reload this stream really quick. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're good. Dun, 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 dun. Let me try something else too. Let me see if this actually, can you guys hear me? Test. Can you hear me? You can hear me? We're all good? Okay, good. Market makers are watching me. Yep. All right. Good. Okay. I was just making sure you guys could still hear me because I had to switch my mic to a different channel. Awesome. We are good. Just not if you can hear me. Okay. Okay. We're good. Excellent. Okay. So, How do I explain market popping yesterday end of the day while res is very negative? Futures, right? So run up into expiration usually causes that. It doesn't. Resilience is sort of like, going to tell you what the stocks are doing, and the index or anything else can just run away until the end. And resilience may not necessarily be a leading indicator, as the last 30 minutes are people running trades and expirations. So when the options are expiring, you just see calls in the money where people are rapidly acquiring position, which squeezes people and squeezes people. So you can't really predict that's going to happen, but in the last 30 minutes, it's typically what was happening. And so I did actually have a long trade. I got long exactly here. And then after about an hour of sitting there, I got bored with it. And I was like, whatever, I'm just going to get out. And then it popped. Who would have thought? But it was okay because, all the rest of my day was really good. Will the same thing happen today? You can't really anticipate that the same thing will happen today. It's just something that happened yesterday. And I don't like to use like the previous day to kind of predict what I think is going to happen the current day. Somebody's like, Matt got kidnapped by the market makers. Just knock if you can hear me. There's a black fan in front of my house disguised as a Geek Squad unit. Yeah, the guy, they always say, like, I always tell these really funny stories on my stream on how like soap companies lie to you to make you use more soap, because I'm a chemical engineer. So I can tell you that when you're doing your laundry, I'm going to tell you guys the secret. They're going to come get me. Big Soap is going to take me down for revealing the secret. But when you do your laundry, you don't really need a lot of soap. You need like a teaspoonful, unless your clothes are like literally caked in oil or something. Just regularly go to the gym, sweating your clothes or whatever. You need like a teaspoon of soap. A capful of soap is like 20, 30 times the amount that you need. You burn through laundry soap so quick. And I always tell that story because my thermodynamics teacher told me the same story. And so I always joke that like Big Soap is a conspiracy to get you to use soap. And so anytime I disappear, people always tell me that the guys from Johnson & Johnson finally got me. Procter and Gamble threw me in the back of a van and I disappeared. So, yeah. So, detergent. Yeah, you don't. Well, with like food, yeah, you need a lot of soap because food is like oil and crap. You get crap all over the place, whatever. But with clothes, yeah, you don't need a capful laundry detergent unless you just really want to use some. Like I said, I just put a little. I put a teeny little splash. That's all you really need. Big Sugar is bigger. Yeah, Big Sugar. Yeah, Big Sugar. I mean, the more we reveal the secrets of the world, the riskier it's going to be. Just letting you guys know, I have every will to be alive. So if anything happens to me. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, the Big Sugar, right? Well, I mean, in the 50s, didn't they Big Sugar lobbied to get municipalities to put fluorine in the water to cover the fact that sugar would rot your teeth. And that was like a whole conspiracy back then. Sugar's good for you. No, it doesn't rot your teeth. 3 out of 4 dentists agree. What if that 4th dentist ever thought, they put fluoride in the water so that your children's teeth wouldn't just rot out of their mouth eating frosted flakes. Big Sugar. Oh, heck yeah. But anyways, we get bored on the stream sometimes. I like to tell funny engineering stories or how it's made stories or whatever. And every once in a while, something happens. People are just like, yeah, they finally got him. They silenced. Matt's blowing all the whistles. They finally silenced him. You're a dentist, self-taught. Sugar is great for you. Yeah, the 4th dentist. Like, are like dentists just a natural profession that just like there's always that one guy that never agrees? You know what I mean? Like, I feel like most professions you'll have like 50-50. You're always split. But dentistry apparently is a profession where everybody agrees except for that one guy that nobody likes. He's always that guy like, dang it, Johnson, you're always the one that never agrees with the rest of us. Always 9 out of 10 dentists or 4 out of 5 dentists. There's the one dentist that just sucks. He's just the one. There's always the one guy of the crew that nobody actually really likes. You know what I mean? F that guy. He sucks. He's the worst. Why do we even hang out with him? He's like, he's the, you guys remember, Richardson over here. Yeah, he's the one that doesn't like toothpaste. He's the 1 out of 10 that doesn't like the toothpaste. Yeah, screw that. Why do we even bring him to happy hour? You know what I mean? So every other profession seems to be like 50-50 split on most matters. But dentists, it's always 90-10. Just the one contrarian. Maybe he knows more than everybody else, though. So when you were in college, you worked for a car wash, and the manager would increase the soap dispense and self-serve during the winter because it would freeze before people could get rinse, make them come into this full service. Dang, that's smart. That's some smart use. I like that. Yeah. So, what do you think you have? What are you guys saying? You should first why res are negative and less res is behind the Google pop. Well, okay. So resilience is market cap weighted, Berber. So what will happen with resilience not moving fast enough? It just means not all the stocks are moving fast enough. And so the idea is even if Google starts moving and the market moves quick on Google, futures are anticipating everything else might move. And therefore, futures will move anyways if people are longing futures because they see Google move. Just like two sessions ago when Google just popped and Nasdaq went 100 points after the end of the day. And then at the new session overnight, I actually shorted that because I said Nasdaq shouldn't have moved 100 points because it was only Google that was moving. So futures, people are trying to anticipate everything's moving. And when Google popped, not everything else moved with it. So futures actually moved too far too fast, which is sometimes that can happen. And remember, resilience is just an indicator that's tracking the stocks. Sometimes the futures will detach from the stocks and move faster. They are futures after all. And so in that particular case, the futures just moved without warning. And we couldn't have actually done anything other than be in the long in the liquidity pocket, which was the trade I originally was making. I just lost patience with it. So somebody says, no, every dentist is the one person that doesn't agree. That's funny. I think 9 out of 10 traders agree that this is going to be a flat, choppy day. Continuation day. Yeah, I think a continuation day slightly up. I mean, if you look at NASDAQ, it's moving pretty quick. I think the market is sort of like not spending a lot of time being low. Ever since we had that big selling point right at the end of September. Oh, what month was that? July, sorry. We have not really advanced higher than these highs yet. The market's just been sort of consolidating with a little bit more volatility, sort of like we call these like megaphone patterns where the market's widening its range. And we need to get VIX kind of below this key level for a rally to continue, which I feel like it's on the edge of being okay. Not really. Let me clean this off here really quick. It's on the edge of being okay. It's not really fallen below this 23,000 NASDAQ yet. The S&P is just still chilling at the same area as well. And we're not really seeing any sort of sense that the market's going to want to sell off and fall, other than those couple of scares we have where people are liquidating for whatever reason. Is that a sign that something's going to happen, or was this just a couple of firms on a couple of days? We don't really know. The fact that VIX is on the edge of extending that volatility to finish out the month, I'm still a little worried of the market having days like this. So I've been very cautious. Thank God I haven't had any like big blow up days other than that one Friday, which I think was like 2 Fridays ago, where I had that big losing day. I think it was this one of these days. I don't remember. One Friday was pretty gnarly. I think 2 weeks ago. The market just fell and stayed low, and I didn't get a chance to get out. But other than that, it's been a pretty solid month. And I've survived through all of this by just being picky on where I do my trades. And you guys have been watching me trade. In August, I had 3 losing days on stream, which is pretty good. And most of that was just being picky and not trying to chase everything. Like today, market looked like it's going to go up. Told me to pick a trade. I jump in this dip we just had and try to long it, but I'm in the mode when VIX is on the edge. I kind of look at the A+ setups as much as I can and do nothing else. You max leveraged. Mr. Smith, I max leveraged trading Crisco futures and I got margarine called. Oh, that's really funny. Which VIX contract do I look at? I use VIX Futures Geeky. So it's /VX on Thinkorswim, or I think it's VX1 on TradingView. You guys don't have to tell me what it is on TradingView. But I look at the front month VIX Futures contract, which currently is the September contract right now. Long plastics micro. It's VX1 exclamation point. Thank you. Thank you, Wait Kid. Appreciate that. In your private account, you mistakenly longed VIX futures to VIC VIX futures during flu season. Oh man, dude, the one-liners are too good, way too good. You need to make one of those calendars where you rip the page off every day, and there's a new one-liner joke. But today, I really have nothing to say about today. My trading. Normally, when I can anticipate the market's going to be bullish, this is something I can do very well. 3 indicators that we call the greater market. Let me teach you guys something. Y'all been here long enough watching me. You don't know. It's okay if you don't know. I'll teach you. If you do know, feel free to play along. 3 indicators. They're going to tell me the state of 3 different things. Called a greater market. How many of these greater market indicators need to be bullish for me to be a bull? People should know. But if you don't know, go ahead and take. If you know, take a guess. Write it in chat. 3 indicators. I'll tell you what they are. Somebody said just one. There you go. DD ratio greater than half. This bull bear ratio. This is the percent of market cap of the total stocks in the S&P that are in a bull zone. See how we have bull zone is support, bear zone could be resistance. 80% of the market cap is in a bull zone, which means that, well, the S&P is likely to stay in a bull zone. So we call this DD ratio for short. It is the bull bear bias ratio, and it's greater than half. The market is bullish. The stocks are bullish. The stocks now are bullish today. And so when that number is bullish, I tell myself, well, why would the index be? So because of that number being bullish, then the index is going to stay in a bull zone roughly 90% of the time. It's a very good stat. To base all my trading on these statistics, right? Number 2 is if the S&P is gamma positive on monthly options with dealer options. We call it monthly hedge pressure. SPY is just above this one key level. Then the S&P has structure, SPY itself, the instrument. This is the stocks being bullish. This is the instrument itself being hedged bullish. If SPY is above this orange line here, then the SPY is bullish. And now I have the stocks bullish today, and the index is bullish. An index SPY, it's an ETF. The other thing is that we use SPY monthly map, what's an equities ETF monthly map, and we can see 3 months into the future. So basically, this is DD, which is an indicator now of what the stocks are doing now. This is S&P over the course of a month. So this is the now time frame, the month time frame, and 3 month time frame. When I click on SPY and I load up this monthly map, all I want to see is if we are in a dark gray zone over time. Over the next 3 months, this is bullish over time. So S&P monthly map, also bullish, right? So all 3 things are bullish. I'm certainly very bullish the market. I'm not shorting. I'm not betting against it today. Everything's pretty decent. But there's also, when I do this, I have to reboot it. I sort of have this ability to forecast what they're going to be like before the market even opens. Now, these indicators all come out like when a market opens, probably within the first minute. But here, I make an assumption because this bull bear bias ratio doesn't really change much. If the market opens flat, it's very likely to be where it was going to be the day before. And yesterday was very bullish as well. So when the market opens today, I go, well, we're probably going to be bullish, so I can long out the door. That's normally the trade I get in a bull market, even a flat market. And so what I normally do is I'll long out the door in just one account. If everything was strongly bullish at yesterday's close and we didn't sell off hard overnight, it's likely going to be the same in the morning. These indicators don't just flip-flop every day. We've been greater market bullish almost every day since April, with the exception of 2 days when they all 3 were bearish. It takes all 3 to be bearish for me to actually be quote unquote bearish. Now, I'll do short in a bull market sometimes when some of the indicators allow, but it's in a bull market, about 9 out of 10 of my trades will be long. So that's kind of the reason I do really well in bull markets, because I'm not really trying to fade them. If I miss out on the trade, I'm never like, well, let me short it to dip and then I'll get the dip. I'm like waiting all day. If the market decides to sell off, then I can jump in on it. So I usually miss out on picking up a few pennies as it trickles up. And then when it dips, I can turn that into like a big fat profit. And that's what I'm typically waiting for. So every morning I can wake up and say, well, it's probably going to be bullish today. I only need one of these indicators to be bullish. And this first one is usually the one that doesn't change much. If it's 80 today, it's going to be 80 tomorrow and 80 the next day. And it's really going to kind of stay the course. unless there's a big sell-off throughout the day. And I'm talking like finding lower lows or whatever, something devastating. And so every day I know I'm going to have the same setup long at the open. And every day I know I'm going to press long at the open with just one contract in one account or a couple of accounts, and then save the rest just in case it dips to attack it at a lower low with the rest of my accounts. The same strategy I'm using in a bull market since the beginning of Rocket Scooter's tenure. I've longed this 1A, 1B combo long again. Few contracts really small. And if it dips, it's likely going to keep stay the floor, keep going long. And I've been making the same trade every day. The only reason with today was I kind of overlooked one of the indicators and I made a mistake. I could have actually longed a few more or done someone had. I didn't do it. But that's what I did today. Pretty simple setup. I think nothing too crazy there. I think hopefully my internet didn't pop out again. It keeps glitching a little bit. Is malfunctioning again? Yeah, I saw it went black. I might try to stream this afternoon, but if the internet gets weird again, I'll call early. Hopefully, I can go get one of those Starlink connections that all the kids are talking about. So, if that's the case, that'll work for backup internet. Is it lagging still? I'm so sorry, guys. I know. I'm like one of the only traders in the world doesn't have a backup internet, which I need to get one. Wait, nearly Stephen Hawking, Matt? Am I sounding robotic now? Let me listen to myself here. Let's listen to my... Hold on 1 second. Where's the live button? How was for a bit? Get a Starlink? That's what everybody's telling me to do. You go get me a Starlink. Slightly T-Pain, Matt. Is it that bad? Oh, okay. I'm good now there, right? Okay. Yeah, for a minute there, it was kind of sparkling in the encoder. Like it was like blip, 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 blip. And it was disappearing. But you know what, though? It's kind of like, you know what this kind of reminds me of? You ever watch like a show where it's like the end of the world is happening and it's like the last moments TVs are on. And then I just watched the Stephen King, The Life of Chuck. It was kind of like that. It was really good. And you're like watching the TV and it's like, zzz, 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 and then the picture goes out and then like, you know, it's the end of the world sort of thing. The apocalypse, nuclear winters happen or whatever. And then like the final TV broadcast is over. So I'm watching the screen and it's like, zzz, 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 zzz. The Gravity Falls intro. Yeah. So somebody said, how many accounts funded do I have? So on my screen, in the bottom right, you can see there's all the accounts I do. So the 5 at the bottom are funded accounts with one firm. The one above that is a live account with MyFundedFutures. And above that are 7 accounts with another. So that's 7 plus 5 plus 13. I trade all of them separately. That's insane. Yep. I had to work my way into learning how to do that though. When I first started, I didn't actually like trade that many accounts total. Like I was trading a lot fewer, just the 5, right? And I started adding to it just to kind of, for different reasons, right? Each of the accounts have different goals, different targets. You know, the live account's the live account. The ones at the top are like, I call them Grand Slam accounts. You can get big chunky payouts out of them. The one at the bottom are like consistent, smaller payouts. And so I trade them each for different reasons, you know. They all have different targets, different limits. What's the biggest month in profit I have done in props or like personal, like total P&L? Which are you talking about in props? In July, I had 6 figures in props. In August, I had 70K. Yeah, I did 70K in August and like 110 or something in July. Something like that. How long have you held these accounts for? The bottom right of the screen, the 5, I've been trading since actually March, and they've survived 6 months. All the blowups or whatever happened like early on, and then once I built a buffer, they've just lasted ever since. Yeah. It's if you like see my Twitter, I always brag. I'm like I'm on day 140 or day 130 or whatever day I'm on, and I show the day I'm on. So, you want to start the boot camp? Do I need to wait to join until the next one? It's probably better to wait to join. You can start over from scratch. Yeah. Now, in this time around, we're doing a boot camp around prop trading, which is teaching like the tricks that I use for prop trading, rotating accounts, and putting your risk up front, building buffers. These are all tricks to help with the system. When you're trading in props, you can't just think about it like straight trading. Like when you're trading props, you can't just be like, I'm trying to beat Wall Street and then props are going to pay me out. When you're trading props, you have to think, I'm going to beat Wall Street and beat the prop. The prop has a second layer of winning that most people don't think about. Most people just think of prop trading as I need to beat the stock market. I need to get more trades winning than losing. But the prop's an additional layer of things that you have to kind of build your risk model inside of the environment of the prop. It's a different version of Wall Street. So there's a lot that people don't consider, like rotating accounts is a big part of a winning prop strategy that a lot of people don't think of. And this is kind of stuff we're going to start teaching in our boot camp, is how to play the boot camp, how to play the prop space while futures trading. An example is copy trading. I always tell people copy trading is the quickest way to prevent payouts. People that do it on social media or influencers that do it are doing it just to inspire copy trading. If you do the math, it's not really the smartest thing to do to like put all 20 of your accounts or 5 of your accounts or 10 of your accounts or whatever into the same trade at the same time for the same amount. Like, if you want to know my opinion, I feel like that's reckless. I feel like that distributing your risk is a lot better. You can imagine this. If each prop account cost you $100 and one of them gave you a $3,000 payout and the other one busted because one of them you longed right here and then longed right there and that one won and that one lost, and then you made a payout, you still made a return on the $200 that you put in, which is 2 accounts worth. But if you buy everything at one place, you're sort of just compounding your risk, but not really maximizing your potential. And the idea is that with the prop space, them being so inexpensive and the reward to risk ratio is so big, it makes all the sense in the world not to copy trade if you want a higher chance of probability of payout. So I try to teach people, you lost more scales than a 10-year-old snake. Dude, did you just plug like an AI one-liner bot into your YouTube account today? Because you're literally on fire with these one-liners. I feel like you've channeled your inner Mitch Hedberg here, because I'm digging it. Prop evals are like lost to you. You can't keep them. But one of the things I say is you'll see a lot of people that are like, hey, I bought 20 accounts at this other firm and here I'm copy trading them. Hey, look, I passed 20 accounts today. Typically, these are influencers that kind of like the idea that you also copy trade with them, because if they 20, and then you buy 20 more, or do the math there, not exactly looking at your best interest. Like somebody that's going to retrade, I'll use this as an example, is going to tell you that the trick that I have is not copy trading. That is the main reason I can pull money out of prop firms. That is the main reasons. I'm able to juggle from one to the other. Right. This is a technique. And so I've got like essentially in Tradeovate, you can either use a program like NinjaTrader to put them all side by side and just toggle between them and trade them. With the top, you can have multiple DOMs popped out, and each DOM can be assigned to a different account. So I just go through and I click long, close to get in and out of 5 different accounts or 5 different account groups. If you have a prop with like 20 accounts, you can subdivide them into as many smaller groups as you want, groups of 2, groups of 3, and maybe copy trade smaller groups that way. Now, for the other ones, you can't open multiple versions of Trade-of-8 desktop that allow you to do this. The other ones, I just have Trade-of-8 web, which doesn't let you pop out DOMs and assign them differently. The web version only lets you have one DOM for one account, period. So with those, lucky for this one, this is just one DOM, one account. I've got to switch between a bunch of them. But for the 7 here, I got to toggle the drop-down window, which is mildly annoying. But a lot of times I can just right-click on the side, right-click, and then a trade confirmation pops up, and then I just click buy. And there's a couple extra steps. Easiest or quickest way is slightly inaccurate, but it's the best I can really do using the Trade-of-8 environment. I could probably switch to like another sort of trade. They have trade copying programs that you don't have to necessarily copy. You can still trade them individually. And I'm still kind of exploring a way to manage it a little bit better. It's kind of hard. But, yeah. But in general, just oh no, did you lose me? Uh-oh, we're back. It's good and lose me. Point of the story was the success that I have with props certainly came from the limiting myself to copy trading and learning how to spread my risk out. A couple of rules of thumb I have is that on these B setups, it's usually going to be trading 1 to 2 accounts. On an A setup, it's trading about 5 of the accounts, or like less than half, like slightly less than half. And then for the A plus setup, I'm trading most of the accounts of the A plus setup. So I'm always throwing all my accounts and having risk. Like if I take the worst possible day, say that I longed and got stopped out, it was only 1 account and I got the rest of them to play with. And it really helps with that entry with efficiency because, you know, you get multiple hands to play. If you blow up all your accounts from the same spot, then say that you bought your, 5 accounts or whatever from spot A, you copy traded them, they all blew up, market fell to your next pivot, and then you're over there logging in and resetting and rebuying all your accounts and missing your trade. You don't have any backups. So the good rule of thumb is never put all your trades into the same basket. And you'll start to see that you might have no guarantees, of course, but you might have an easier time managing than you think. It seem like a lot to manage, but it's definitely better. In real trading, you spread your risk out too. Nobody ever just goes all in long, full port. Here's my long position for this one thing. Even hedge funds, they long here and then they hedge here. And they always have a strategy to mitigate risk. As always, part of a good trading strategy is always risk mitigation. So when you're copy trading and putting all your accounts in one basket, trading all at the same place, the same spot, you're basically making announcements to the world like, I can predict the stock market. I'm so confident. I'm all in long from here. You should never all in long with all your chips unless you got a royal flush, like if you've got a pair of 2s and that's it, and the flop is like a 4, 5, 6, you don't have anybody else out there as a straight or something. And you're like, whatever, I got a pair of 2s. Let's like all in long. That's really what copy trading's like. You're literally going all in long at that one pivot, that one place, and saying, I'm 100% right. I'm so confident in putting all the risk here. And if you don't think that that's really what you're doing, you're like, well, I don't really feel like I'm that confident. I just like copy trade. Then basically, you're just gambling. In either case, both of those cases are wrong. So I always teach people like, there's tricks to spreading out your risk. And in the boot camps, we're going to teach this time around. In the next boot camp, if you guys ever get into it, like, ways to play the prop game. You always flop the nuts. That's what you're supposed to do. That's what I'd like to do. What about 4, 5, 6, and 7? Right. Well, yeah, I mean, exactly. There's certain ways you have to play each hand that you're delivered. So, you get a pair of 2s, you're going to go all in. That might work. That's lucky. You're a lucky guy though. If you got a pair of 2s and that's the nuts, and you're a lucky guy. But usually, I have the worst luck in poker. I don't usually flop. I usually don't flop any nuts ever. I always seem to feel like I'm never doing well. I break it. You like slow playing the nuts. The innuendos are hilarious. Do I use gamma exposure? Yeah, correct. So all of my methods are gamma exposure. Well, most of my methods are gamma exposure based. Hedge pressure are weekly and monthly hedge gamma exposure levels, market makers. So that's what they are. And we use the gamma exposure to create a flow path. And today's flow path, as you see, is just directly up from open and up from blue. So up from open, up from blue, you can see the pressures are certainly there, like the algo shows. The algo gives me the blueprint of what the day is likely to do if the flow was honored. And so that's it. It's all based on options. It's really good. So we actually are some of the early pioneers of the gamma exposure field. Like we created some of the framework that a lot of the gamma exposure current styles have been built off of. So we're one of the first people in the field. Now the Incredible Hulk used gamma exposure first. He was the first of all of us, you know. But that's why he's always green. That's why gamma exposure works. See, I made a joke now. He's always Hulk's always green, and he's always waiting. I'll show myself out. That kind of looks like old school Bruce Banner. Really? I've been told I look a lot like Iron Man too. When I look at right now to place trade, nothing. This is classic sit out signal. There is no signal to long. There's no strong signal to do anything. The current pathway is up. If I were forced to make a trade, it would be long. But because I know it's a flat, choppy day with possible volatility, I'm avoiding most of it. In the last hour, the market's barely moved anywhere at all. Actually, most part of the day, other than the initial move at the start of the day, the last 3 hours have just been practically nothing. And it's just not, I can identify that it's going to be probably not anything good. I don't see any selling pressure coming out, and I might miss out on a big burp up, but I'm okay with it. I need a good signal to trade off of. And I made a mistake and missed the original one, so I'm not going to like say, well, let me at least get in on this. I've never really been that kind of a trader. I'm okay with missing out and being cool with it. Do I teach gamma exposure in your boot camp? We do. We teach the correct application of gamma exposure, which is what we use in our platform. We're the only people in the gamma exposure field that use gamma exposure to find so a lot of people with gamma exposure, it's they try to utilize it to find like hot spots in trading. It's very noisy, very messy. Again, the of information that's kind of different from us. So it's a little bit diluted, and it's just like I feel like I'm chopping again. Yeah, for 4 out of 5 men recommend gamma exposure. 4 out of 5 Avengers recommend. Maybe 1 out of 5. I feel like Incredible Hulk is like he's a great part of the team, but he's also kind of a wild card. Choppy market, choppy stream. You guys lost Matt. I know. Market is lagging, so is the stream. Maybe it's a sign, right? So as soon as things, I got about 10 minutes here. I'm probably not going to stream in the afternoon then. If things are going to be choppy like this, I'll probably cut my stream because it's going to be like a pain in the ass for you guys to like chill. I look like Ligma. You stop that right now. We're going to say the magic word drop. I'm sure they could drop something. I'm not really sure. Hopefully the frame rates don't drop anymore. Shout out to Gamma Exposure, your logic filter and ultimate confluence. Matt at Rocket Scooter, MyFundedTV. Your passionate madness fueled by founders all day IPA variety pack. Cheers, friends. I do like me a good IPA. I can agree with that. It sounds like a good afternoon there. Pickle is taking revenge on sending him to boot camp, so he's like chewing up the internet cables. That's really funny. I'm sure he is. Yeah. Just hang out with you guys in Discord. That's what I'll probably do. I'm going to actually spend the afternoon trying to figure out how to get like a Starlink or something going on here. So I'll take what little internet I have to get a backup. It's about time I get one. And I know as a trader and a streamer, I should always, every time the internet goes out for a little bit, I always tell myself, okay, now's the day I need to get a second internet. And then I always not get it anyways. Because I always get lazy. I need to do it. Today I'll do it. Imagine I'm having a bad internet when Battlefield 6 playtime is live. You're missing out. Wait, is BF6? Somebody was trolling me yesterday and saying there was another beta. Is there another beta for Battlefield? Don't get one from August 9th to 11. Don't get my hopes up. There's another one. You guys been telling me for days that there's another one. I hate when you guys do that. Y'all get my hopes up. BF6 is not live. Not till October. So got a couple more months on it. Check out the 007 James Bond game. Like, there's a new one? Are you talking about, you want me to go play the old GoldenEye, like the classic? Ban him for misleading. Jan has angered the peasants. They're now storming through the village with pitchforks. We want Battlefield. Get him out of here. He's a witch. Burn him. There's a new one? I didn't know there was a new one. That'd be kind of cool. GoldenEye was super cool. I mean, that was like the first multiplayer FPS game that everybody probably played. Split screen, four player. I love it. I do not play Fortnite. I don't think I've ever played Fortnite, but I'm sure I'd like it if I played it. But yeah. Anywho, so for the rest of the day, I'm gonna tell you guys, I'm probably not gonna stream. It was kind of like everyone was kind of like having a horrible time with it. So hopefully the internet fixes up by tomorrow and things will be okay. I'm going to try to look into getting a second internet going on. I don't think they'll have it installed today, but sometime hopefully this week or not, we'll get a second one. And that's it. So the rest of the day today, there's no signal in the market. I think the market's just waiting for something. But I think that as long as volatility settles out, this could have been the dip that actually turns the market around last couple of days. It might be good to see this market back to being bullish. I'm excited that this little kind of like sludge point in the middle that we've had the last month is sort of stabilizing. And then it could be continue rallying going forward. I never really thought we'd have a bear market. Even through the tariffs, things are looking pretty solid. We just got a couple of bear market scares, but until then, you know, I don't doubt the bull market that we have, and things are kind of back to normal. So how to get a free account for MyFundedFutures? The contests all the time. They do giveaways. I do giveaways on my stream. They do giveaways here. There's all kind of ways to get a free account every once in a while. All right, so the rest, before I get out here, guys, I got about like 5 more minutes. Quick question. Do you guys feel like September is going to be a bearish month? Like this is the start of the decline? Or do you guys feel that this is just the slow spot in the advance? Up or down? This is what I want to know. I want to poll the community and see what we think. Up or down? Bloodbath? Yes, no. That wasn't a yes or no question. But up or down? Do we rip up? Do we rip down? Bearish, yes. Sideways, up, down, up, down, up. Ooh. Down, then up. Bear, sideways. Buy the dip, up. Yeah, so it looks like everybody's kind of all over the place. I would say I'm pretty confused too, so I don't have a good grasp on it. It feels up. It feels like the bigger trend is up. The month kind of feels down-ish. More feels like it's not really down. It's more like not so up. It's more like flat up with choppiness. We have had not had anything more than like a continuation second sell-off day like we've had twice in a row. For the most part, we're not getting like big tumbling days back to back. The market is finding liquidity very rapidly. So there's not really like a massive Wall Street panic going on right now. People are still holding on to most things. And MHP is telling you that people are still long the market. That's what that indicator tells you. And the DD ratio tells you people are still long stocks. So it's not bad enough yet. And sideways then up. Sideways and up is probably my best guess. Yeah. My best guess as well. Sideways for September, then up in October, maybe. That's probably a good guess. Or sideways September, deadly October, also another guess. So which way do you think it's going to go? LR, LR, XY, AB, up, down. Now you have infinite lives. That's the cheat code to have infinite contracts and infinite free accounts with MyFundedFutures. Just input that into your controller, and that'll give you 99 core accounts. I'm just kidding. Trump is a part of the plunge protection team. We keep going up. There you go. BA, select start. The infinite funded accounts a code. Yep, that's it. But don't tell anybody. That's a secret code. That'll skip all the way to the final boss. That's the infinite ammo, infinite lives code, infinite resets code. Yeah. Well, guys, I think I'm running out of time here. So I'm going to kind of get out of here in just a minute. You got about a couple more questions you guys want to throw at me or ask? Looks like the poll came in where I think most people don't think down. I think a quarter of you guys think down. Everyone else thinks sideways to up, which is, I think, about what I think is probably right. If there's down, it'll probably be next month. Yeah. But anyways, it was a pretty decent day. I didn't make any big trades or anything. The one trade I did was a loss, and I'm pretty cool with that. Other than that, wait, let me know if you need help with the Starlink installation. Does that mean do I have to go get is this like a satellite dish sort of thing? I guess because it's Starlink. I need to go get myself a dish. You come over and help you. You're offering free labor? I'll take it, man. Any day. Excellent. I'll pay you in a brew. We'll split a brew or something. I'm so famous I can just call Elon. Okay. Simple as anything set up. Okay. Kind of reminds me like everybody used to have like Dish TV or whatever. They used to be like the dish that you put on your roof or whatever. Well, I don't know where we would put it. That's the thing. I guess it goes on the roof of your house or something, or in your yard, or does it go in your yard? Does it go on the roof? What's the methodology there? Because I have a really tall house. It's 3 stories tall. So ain't no way to get on the roof easily without, I don't have a ladder tall enough to get up there. Get eye docked the hole. All right. Needs a clear view of the sky. Okay, roof or window. Okay. That's good. You need a very tall ladder to get up to the top. Even T-Mobile has a Starlink now. Oh, really neat. Rocket scooter stream the Starlink. That does sound very space-like, doesn't it? Well, guys, that's it. It is now my time to go. Really appreciate being here with you guys, dropping some wisdom. As always, thank you for being here. And I appreciate y'all coming every single day. MyFundedTV showing your support. We are literally 600 followers away from 50K or subscribers. So feel free to sub the channel if you haven't already. Get over that 50K mark. MyFundedTV to the moon. That's awesome. I'm not going to stream this afternoon because slideshow Matt sitting here talking about how much he's going to sit out every single 5 minutes as I talk like a robot doesn't really sound fun for anybody. You guys take the day off. I don't think the market's doing anything spectacular, to be honest. So I'll probably take the day off too and go get me one of them satellite dish internet connections. And we'll see y'all later. Thanks for tuning in. We'll catch you tomorrow, same time. Adios. See y'all in the morning.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle moves, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop lost graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.